Marshall Peak, Chapter 5641, Your End Has Come. The black ink cloud was destroyed, revealing Di Wu's figure, before the sun and moon divine seal slammed into Di Wu's face and silently entered his body. Di Wu instantly felt like he had been struck by lightning, and his body visibly shook. When the profound space-time strength exploded, it was like a million tiny millstones began grinding inside him, causing his pseudo-royal lord aura to weaken at breakneck speed. At the same time, Di Wu could feel his vitality rapidly draining away. The strange strength inside him felt like innumerable sharp daggers slicing into his 5 viscera and 6 organs. What is this divine ability? Di Wu was absolutely terrified. The newly formed Sun and Moon Divine Seal wasn't as imposing or overbearing as the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, but it was far more deadly. After all, the seal was the result of Yang Kai's comprehension after balancing the Tao of time and Tao of space, so it was impossible for it not to have improved. The power of this new divine ability didn't disappoint Yang Kai. Di Wu's aura constantly weakening was the best evidence of its efficacy. At first, the ancestral land already had a trace of suppression on Di Wu's strength, and after being bathed in rich purifying light, Di Wu lost a huge amount of his strength, affecting his foundation. He was not a real royal lord, but a pseudo-royal lord that was created through the source fusion technique. Previously, at the no-return pass, the royal lord had been struck by a similar blast of purifying light, and although he was injured seriously and had 10% of his heritage wiped away, his foundation remained stable. It was a different case for Di Wu because once his pseudo-royal lord foundation, which was already unstable, was affected, there was a huge possibility that he would fall back into the innate territory lord realm. He couldn't accept that, and the royal lord wouldn't forgive him if that happened. The Black Ink clan had paid an enormous price to create a pseudo-royal lord, which was why Di Wu chose to escape in the end. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had blocked his escape. Now that he was struck with the Sun and Moon Divine Seal, Di Wu's already weakened pseudo-royal lord foundation finally reached the point of rupturing. At that moment, dense and viscous black ink strength began pouring out of his body, but it wasn't by his own doing. Instead, it was a sign of his inability to control his own strength. Di Wu's expression became extremely pained. He was using all his strength to suppress the rioting strength inside his body, but the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was still wantonly destroying him from the inside, so how could Di Wu succeed? When Yang Kai noticed Di Wu's state, he was puzzled but didn't think too much of it. He summoned the Azure Dragon Spear again and stared coldly at Di Wu. "So Royal Lord, your end has come, suffer death." Those words Di Wu had spoken before were returned to him. Who would have thought that their situations would make a complete turnaround after just a few days? Once those words were spoken, Yang Kai thrust his spear at Di Wu. When the light from the spear bloomed, a myriad of Tao strengths wove together, giving the spear an unstoppable momentum. Di Wu roared madly as he counterattacked, and the two figures instantly became entangled with each other. Even with the suppression from the ancestral land, and after being weakened by purifying light and the Sun and Moon Divine Seal, Di Wu still had the strength to fight. However, his strength was constantly slipping away, and as time passed, he would only become feebler. Once his pseudo-royal lord foundation fully cracked, he would return to his original territory lord state. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the royal lord before him, he noticed the madly decreasing black ink strength and thought that this newly advanced royal lord did not seem to have a stable foundation. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. When Yang Kai first met this royal lord, he didn't have any intention of fighting him because he knew he wasn't a royal lord's opponent. Fighting such a strong enemy would only make things difficult for him with minimal chances of success. However, a series of accidents changed the battle and caused it to escalate to this point. On the other hand, Di Wu was not an unbeatable royal lord anymore. He was now an enemy that could be killed. While the two of them were fighting, several powerful auras approached from all directions. They were the innate territory lords managing the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array. They noticed the situation had grown dire and came to help. If Di Wu died here, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the royal lord after returning. Therefore, they couldn't stand by and watch as Di Wu was killed. Moreover, there were 12 of them, so if they worked together with Di Wu, they wouldn't need to be afraid of Yang Kai. There was only one problem with their plan. Without them powering the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array, the heaven-sealing earth-locking effect would disappear, so no one would be able to stop Yang Kai if he decided to escape. In other words, the moment they decided to stop operating this grand array, their mission to surround and kill Yang Kai had basically failed. But at this moment, they couldn't care too much about it because if Di Wu died, it would be meaningless to keep the grand array running. After all, Yang Kai could easily break through it. This grand array was sealing an extremely vast region, so it wasn't very sturdy. The aura from the many territory lords approaching was very obvious, so Di Wu and Yang Kai could sense them coming. Di Wu's flustered expression calmed down slightly, probably because he thought he had a chance to survive, but at the same time, he felt a little humiliated. He was a pseudo-royal lord, and he led so many innate territory lords here to kill Yang Kai, but still failed. Not only did he lose 1 million soldiers and 8 innate territory lords, but he was also heavily injured to the point of his foundation almost rupturing. In the end, he still had to rely on the other territory lords to come to his rescue. Now, he didn't even know how he would explain himself to the royal lord after returning to the no-return pass. It seemed like he didn't need to explain anything. Just as his expression calmed down, it changed again because a small universe portal suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai and a large number of 1,000-meter-tall figures leapt out one after another. Small stone race masters. In an instant, nearly 300 of these 1,000-meter-tall small stone race masters appeared, each of them radiating extremely imposing auras that made it obvious they had the strength of 8th-order open heaven realm masters. Of course, since they didn't have much sentience and acted entirely out of instinct, their combat capabilities were far lower than 8th-order masters. Moreover, ordinary 8th-order masters were weaker than innate territory lords. However, none of that mattered with this kind of advantage in numbers. 300 small stone race masters was an enormous lineup. All the remaining Black Ink clansmen were thoroughly shocked because, from what they knew, the small stone soldiers were a very special race that was difficult to nurture. After some 3,000 years of war, the small stone race had basically been wiped out. Even if there were still some, there wouldn't be many. Yang Kai summoning the 3 million small stone race soldiers was already very shocking for the Black Ink clan. Back then, Di Wu even specially observed the small stone race, trying to see whether there were any of these more powerful masters among their ranks, but he never spotted any. Since Yang Kai could summon so many small stone race, how could it be possible that he didn't hide any small stone race masters? It was just that Yang Kai didn't want to bring them out. When they witnessed so many small stone race masters appearing before them, the Black Ink clan realized their mission to surround and kill Yang Kai had failed before it even began. However, Yang Kai kept this advantage hidden and continuously used his discomfited state to give the Black Ink clan false hope. He even exposed a number of his tricks and trump cards just to grind away at the Black Ink clan's strength. At this moment, he finally showed his final hidden hand, as if to spell out for them how hopeless and pitiful all their plotting truly was. 8 territory lords were dead, and a Black Ink clan army of 1 million soldiers was wiped out. Also, the pseudo-royal lord, Di Wu, was seriously injured and the existence of the 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda Array was exposed. These were the losses the Black Ink clan had suffered in this battle, but what about Yang Kai? Some serious injuries? 3 million dead small stone race soldiers? Did any of that even matter? Di Wu felt both aggrieved and angry at the same time. What a scheming bastard. The instability of his state of mind caused his pseudo-royal lord foundation to falter even more. Adding on to Yang Kai's constant attacks, he knew he couldn't hold on much longer. After getting summoned, those 300 small stone race masters dispersed in all directions, roaring as they charged at the approaching 12 innate territory lords. The territory lords were stunned at the same time and didn't know whether to continue forward or retreat. If they continued trying to save Di Wu, they would inevitably be besieged by these small stone race masters, with each of them having to face at least 20 on their own. Even if these small stone race masters didn't have much sentience, their incredible strength wasn't easily dealt with. Once the territory lords were surrounded by these small stone race masters, death was basically guaranteed. But it wouldn't be appropriate for them to retreat either. At that instant, The territory lords were caught in a dilemma. Run. Di Wu roared through gritted teeth. Head back and report to Sir Royal Lord that Di Wu has failed his trust and deserved his death. Hearing what Di Wu said, the territory lords all turned around and ran. If they had decided to run themselves, they wouldn't have been able to explain it to the Royal Lord, but now that Di Wu had ordered them to do so, they no longer had a reason to hesitate. Meanwhile, the small stone race masters were chasing after them. Back on the battlefield, Di Wu seemed to have come to a decision after shouting his order. At first, he thought that though he was in a critical situation, he still stood a chance to escape, but after the appearance of those small stone race masters, that last hope was thoroughly destroyed. When even the possibility of survival disappeared, he actually felt a sense of relief. The surging black ink strength inside his body that he was trying hard to suppress was now free of restraints as he roared, "Yang Kai, so what if you win against me today? This universe belongs to the Black Ink clan." At that instant, black filled the sky as the dense and fierce black ink strength turned into a huge tornado that was madly spinning with Di Wu in the center. Yang Kai suddenly felt pressured. He had fought against many black ink clansmen, killed territory lords, and even won against a royal lord, but never had he seen such a fierce and dense black ink strength coming from a single black ink clansman before. This isn't normal. At a glance, Yang Kai could see that Di Wu was about to suffer a fatal backlash from his own strength. The best choice now would be for him to escape the battlefield because it was impossible for Di Wu to maintain this state for long. However, Di Wu seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's plan. Since Di Wu had decided to use his death to show his loyalty and resolve, how could he let Yang Kai escape that easily? Since he had to die here, he would at least bring Yang Kai with him. Enough nonsense. Today, either you die, or I perish. Yang Kai roared while madly gathering the strength in his small universe before channeling it to his spear. Space-time strength hovered around him while the ancestral land thrummed. What was left of the ancestral strength flowed in from all directions and turned into a bright barrier around his body. As the matriarch, this was the last protection the ancestral land could give her favored son. The next moment, Yang Kai boldly charged at Di Wu. When the bright and dark lights smashed together, the entire world shook as space ruptured. Both lights exploded, enveloping 100,000 kilometers in a blinding brilliance. At that moment, it seemed like time itself had ceased to flow. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5642, Asking Questions. In an instant, that seemed to last millions of years, the two lights suddenly disappeared, and the violent energy calmed down, signaling the end of the epic battle. Yang Kai coughed up a large mouthful of blood as his consciousness blurred. Thanks to the Azure Dragon Spear, he barely remained standing. Despite doing his best to seal the gaping hole in his chest by tightening his muscles, the wound was reopened and blood was now pouring out. Not far before him, Di Wu was standing with his head held high, but his body was completely battered and full of wounds. Black ink strength would occasionally spurt from his wounds, but even that had lost the powerful momentum it used to have and seemed quite weak. His royal lord aura had already weakened long ago, and his vitality was almost gone. Completely unshackling his rupturing pseudo-royal lord foundation had caused a lethal backlash, so how could he possibly survive? However, he wasn't dead yet. Creakingly turning his head, he stared at Yang Kai with blurry eyes filled with mixed emotions before gathering the last of his strength to chant, "Black Ink Eternal." Then, his body fell with a thud, kicking up the dust around him. Just like that, his aura completely disappeared. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't sure Di Wu was dead, so he forced himself to remain conscious as he stumbled over to Di Wu. After giving the corpse a few hard stabs with the Azure Dragon Spear and confirming that Di Wu was gone, Yang Kai spat out another mouthful of blood and cursed. "Black Ink Eternal, my ass." He had heard that saying for thousands of years, but never saw the Black Ink clan dominating the universe. The human race was not dead yet, so the Black Ink clan could forget about being eternal as long as Yang Kai remained alive. While supporting himself with the Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai slowly sat down on the ground, regulating his obviously disordered power and activating the power of his dragon vein to heal his injuries. His gaze was still slightly unfocused. Having been locked in a very intense battle for several days and having been constantly thinking of ways to deceive and lure out the Black Ink clan, he had exhausted both his mental and physical strength. The injury to his soul was still there, and it would require a long recovery time before it could be fully restored. He also suffered a lot of injuries to his body during this battle. At that instant, he seemed to have forgotten why he came to the ancestral land in the first place. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered he had come here to seek out clues about the primordial light. Fortunately, his journey had been fruitful. Even though there were still some mysteries surrounding the primordial light, young Kai had learned its history. Then, he continued to cultivate in the ancestral land for 300 years, during which time his dragon vein was greatly refined. Then, he proceeded to kill 8 innate territory lords and a royal lord. No matter which angle he looked at it from, this trip to the ancestral land was a very rewarding one. The only thing that would have made it even better was if he wasn't in such a terrible state. Yang Kai didn't rest for long though, because the 300 small stone race masters were still chasing after those escaping innate territory lords. Although it was probably impossible for the small stone race to catch up to those territory lords, Yang Kai still needed to oversee their situation. 300 small stone race masters were a huge war asset, and if Yang Kai didn't go retrieve them, given the small stone race's nature, they would most likely get lost or even destroy each other. So, no matter what, he had to get those small stone race masters back. Yang Kai only slightly adjusted his breathing before getting up and dragging his extremely tired body to manipulate space principles and shoot away. Just as he expected, the small stone race masters didn't manage to catch up with the innate territory lords. Innate territory lords were already very powerful, and if they were determined to escape, the small stone race wouldn't be able to do anything about it. While Yang Kai moved throughout the void, picking up batch after batch of scattered small stone race masters, he chanced upon a surprise. Since the 12 innate territory lords powering the Grand Array had already escaped, the small stone race weren't able to catch them. Yang Kai didn't intend to chase them either because those territory lords couldn't hide forever. There was bound to come a day when Yang Kai would settle accounts with them. On the other hand, the few 7th Order Black Ink disciples that came with the Black Ink clan weren't able to escape as quickly because their strength was far lower, therefore, they were still being chased by the small stone race masters. When Yang Kai arrived at the scene, those 7th Order Black Ink disciples were badly beaten up. If Yang Kai had come any later, the small stone race would have killed them. The moment those Black Ink disciples saw Yang Kai, they began calling for help as if they saw their savior. To the Black Ink clan, Black Ink disciples would forever be slaves, but there were also times when the Black Ink clan needed these Black Ink disciples to do something for them that they weren't capable of. Therefore, they wouldn't kill Black Ink disciples at will. To the humans, if they encountered Black Ink disciples, those capable of taking them on would do their best to capture them alive rather than kill them. That was because the humans now had a method to save these Black Ink disciples. In other words, Black Ink disciples could survive among both races. The 7th Order Black Ink disciples could not escape from the small stone race master's pursuit, but there was little they could do other than go all out as their loyalty was currently to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai naturally didn't make things difficult for them and summoned the great sun and moon marks to retrieve the small stone race masters. After that, he used purifying light to dispel the Black Ink strength from within those Black Ink disciples. Without Black Ink strength affecting their minds, the Black Ink disciples regained their true nature and hung their heads in shame. The leader among the 7th Order Black Ink disciples, the old man, cupped his fist at Yang Kai while sweating. This old man and his companions have committed a great crime. Please punish us, sir. Every Black Ink disciple who was freed from the influence of Black Ink strength would have such thoughts. When they recalled their actions while being Black Ink disciples, it all seemed like a nightmare that they couldn't understand or accept. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai assured them, "You didn't act willingly, so you don't have to blame yourselves. If you still feel ashamed, return to the battlefield and kill more enemies." The several 7th Order Open Heaven Masters nodded and agreed. "Wait for me at the border of the ancestral land. I have some questions I want to ask you," Yang Kai ordered. The old man replied, "Yes, sir." After saying that, the 7th Order Masters shot towards the ancestral land while Yang Kai continued searching for the small stone race masters. Yang Kai spent more than 10 days scouring the entire shattered heaven but still couldn't find all the small stone race masters he summoned, But in the end, he did a count and found that about 10 were missing. He had no idea whether the innate territory lords killed them or if they had simply gotten lost. That was a regretful discovery because each small stone race master was equivalent to an 8th order open heaven realm master. It was a pity to lose 10 of them. But young Kai could do nothing about it because that was how the small stone race was. They had simple sentience and acted according to their instincts. Young Kai didn't have any other choice but to summon those small stone race masters before he could tame or refine them because he needed them to block the incoming innate territory lords. In conclusion, if he hadn't gone to visit Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and gotten so many small stone race soldiers before coming here, he would have been in a dangerous situation. When young Kai returned to the ancestral land, his face still looked pale and the throbbing pain in his soul was still evident. The several 7th order open heaven realm masters were waiting for him and came over as soon as they sensed his return. Raising his hand, young Kai skipped the formalities with them and got straight to the point. Have you all been staying at the no-return pass? The eldest 7th order master, the old man, nodded, yes. We all had some talent in the Tao of Spirit arrays, so we were specially sent to the no-return pass after being corrupted. The Black Ink clan there seemed to be particularly interested in humans like us. After a short pause, the old man elaborated shamefully, the heaven-sealing earth-locking 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array was also created by us. After Sir made a name for yourself on the profound Nether Territory battlefield back then, the Royal Lord ordered us to come up with a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array that could be used to deal with you. Previously, there were some Black Ink clansmen who reported to the Royal Lord that you were in the ancestral land and seemed to be immersed in cultivation. Therefore, the Royal Lord thought it was a good opportunity and ordered several innate territory lords to bring us here to set up the grand array. Young Kai nodded lightly. Even though he didn't get a chance to carefully investigate the so-called 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array, he could sense that it had many rough patches. If it wasn't for Di Wu pestering him, young Kai was confident he could have broken the grand array and eliminated its heaven-sealing earth-locking effects in short order. More importantly, 12 innate territory lords were needed to power this grand array, which was another sign that this wasn't a high-end grand array. If that was the case, these 7th order open heaven realm masters had limited attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays and might even have lower attainments than young Kai himself. Although young Kai never formally studied the Tao of Spirit arrays, he had refined several array Tao rivers in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, so his small universe had quite a lot of array Tao essence in it, which meant he wasn't without any foundation in this grand Tao. How many royal lords are there in the Black Ink clan? Young Kai asked. He wanted these 7th order masters to stay behind because he wanted to ask about this matter. An unfamiliar royal lord had suddenly appeared in the Black Ink clan. Though young Kai had killed that royal lord using all sorts of means, it was still a very difficult battle. After this fight, young Kai would have to recuperate for at least 100 or 200 years to fully restore himself. Who knows whether the Black Ink clan still has more royal lords or not? The previously Black Ink disciples looked at each other before the old man replied with a frown, I know what Sir is worried about, but according to our knowledge, the Black Ink clan has only ever had one royal lord. Only one? Young Kai was confused, but the 7th order old man nodded and said firmly, only one. Young Kai frowned as he thought these 7th order open heaven masters had spent many years at the no-return pass, so they should know some of the Black Ink clan's details. But now, it seemed like they weren't able to get their hands on the core secrets. However, even if the Black Ink clan had hidden a royal lord, the Black Ink disciples should have heard about it. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan also knew that once the Black Ink disciples got caught by the humans, the Black Ink strength inside them would be expelled. Then, those humans would regain their consciousness, so if they knew any confidential information about the Black Ink clan, that information would probably get exposed, so perhaps they were keeping better control over vital information than young Kai first thought. Actually, we're confused as well. While the old man spoke, he looked at Di Wu's corpse on the far end. This Di Wu, he used to be an innate territory lord, but he somehow became a royal lord. Wait, young Kai interrupted him. You said this guy was an innate territory lord? Nodding, the old man explained, yes. He was an innate territory lord, and one of the royal lord's confidants. The other Seventh Order Masters nodded in agreement and confirmed Di Wu's identity as an innate territory lord. How is that possible? Yang Kai's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his ears. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5643, Speculation. All innate territory lords were born from the primordial heavens source grand restriction and were directly created by Mo. It was also common knowledge that innate territory lords could never advance to become royal lords. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the mysteries of the creation force, he did know that each innate territory lord was born with more powerful strength than an ordinary territory lord. Mo must have used some kind of strange means to stimulate their full potential, completely exhausting it, causing them to be unable to gain more strength afterwards. No one knew where the news came from, but the humans believed it. In fact, it had been more than 3,000 years since the battle outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction, yet even with so many innate territory lords, there was never any news about one of them becoming a royal lord. But the matter they thought was impossible had happened now. Yang Kai felt his heart sink. It wouldn't be too concerning if this was a special case, but if the Black Ink clan did have some sort of way to make innate territory lords into royal lords, the situation between the two races would change drastically, with the humans being at a huge disadvantage. Also, he didn't believe the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing in front of him were lying because, as fellow humans, there was no need to joke about such things. Just as he was thinking about this matter, the Seventh Order Old Man added, "Sir, you don't have to worry too much about this." According to this old man's observations, while the Black Ink clan has a way of making innate territory lords into royal lords, it must not be easy to accomplish. There must be a huge price to pay. Why would you say that? Yang Kai was taken aback. The old man thought back on his memories before explaining, about 300 years ago, I recall something strange happening at the no-return pass, but we weren't allowed to roam freely, so I couldn't go and investigate. Over about a month or so, a large number of innate territory lords entered one specific high-rank Black Ink nest, but never came back out. It was like they vanished from existence. Di Wu was the last one to enter that Black Ink nest. After that, we were ordered to come here together with 20 territory lords and arrange the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. However, 2 years later, Di Wu appeared here as a royal lord. Although these Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't know about the Black Ink clan's source fusion technique, there was quite a commotion when the innate territory lords were performing this technique, so they naturally sensed something was happening. However, as Black Ink disciples, they had no right to pry, otherwise, they would have known a lot more. When Yang Kai heard what the old man said, he frowned. It seemed like there was a sudden change in the Black Ink clan that the humans didn't know about, or in other words, the Black Ink clan possessed some kind of technique unknown to the humans that they had never used before. In addition, this technique allowed an innate territory lord to become a royal lord. That was enough to make alarm bells ring in Yang Kai's head. There was only Di Wu this time, but if there had been another royal lord, Yang Kai might not have been able to win despite all his powerful trump cards. How many innate territory lords entered that high-rank Black Ink nest back then? Yang Kai asked. The old man replied, at least a dozen. Another Seventh Order Master interrupted them, if I'm not mistaken, before Di Wu, there should have been 13. If we include Di Wu, it would make 14. Frowning, Yang Kai exclaimed, 14. Calming down, Yang Kai began thinking about the situation more carefully. After a long time, he spoke up, if what you said is true, could the Black Ink clan have some sort of technique that is similar to a sacrificial ceremony, using the high-rank Black Ink nest to gather the strength from many innate territory lords to create a royal lord? Even though Yang Kai's estimations weren't entirely correct, he wasn't far from the truth. Technically speaking, the source fusion technique and sacrificial ceremonies were still different. It was just that the more innate territory lords performing the source fusion technique inside a high-rank Black Ink nest, the greater the chances of success. The Seventh Order Old Man nodded, that is what this old man thinks too. Then, Yang Kai suddenly realized something, no wonder. Before, he kept having the feeling that Di Wu's performance as a royal lord was underwhelming. Di Wu clearly had the raw power of a royal lord, but he wasn't able to utilize it smoothly, resulting in him only being able to display about 70% to 80% of his full strength. In the last moments of the battle, Diwu even suffered backlash from his own strength, which should have been impossible unless he used some kind of forbidden technique. Yang Kai originally thought that Diwu's condition was because he was a new royal lord and wasn't familiar with controlling his new strength, but what if the truth was like what he had just guessed? Diwu didn't become a royal lord through his own cultivation, but through some strange technique. He had suddenly gained a massive increase in strength, but that strength didn't belong to him, which was why he had difficulty using it. If that were true, the situation might not be as bad as Yang Kai feared. Though it wasn't clear whether sacrificing 14 territory lords to create a royal lord like Diwu was a loss or gain for the Black Ink clan, it did give hope to the Black Ink clan in killing him while he was cultivating in the ancestral land. That was why the royal lord decided to use this hidden technique. If the Black Ink clan could kill Yang Kai, that sacrifice would be worth it. Sending out one royal lord, 20 territory lords, a few Black Ink disciples, and a 1,000,000-soldier Black Ink clan army clearly showed how determined the Black Ink clan was, but how could they have expected that Yang Kai alone could force the Black Ink clan to abandon everything and flee? Also, even the new royal lord, Diwu, had also lost his life in the divine spirit ancestral land. The Black Ink clan had a lot of innate territory lords at the start of the war, but there wouldn't be many of them left now. Innate territory lords were very powerful, and ordinary 8th Order masters couldn't easily deal with them. Therefore, the utility of a dozen or so innate territory lords on the battlefield was definitely higher than one defective royal lord. While thinking so, Yang Kai felt more relieved. Even if the Black Ink clan used that technique to make another royal lord, it wouldn't affect the overall situation too much. At the very least, it wouldn't reach the point of suppressing the humans. Then, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and said, "This matter is quite important, so I need you all to head over to the Supreme Headquarters and provide them with a full report." Even though this matter didn't change the overall situation much, the humans still had to take precautions. What if a few royal lords suddenly appeared on one of the battlefields? If that happened, the humans would definitely suffer a huge loss. Therefore, it was necessary to report this matter to the Supreme Headquarters as soon as possible. "We would be glad to do so." The 7th Order old man cupped his fist and moved to leave. "Wait, there's no hurry to leave." Yang Kai stopped them. "It's a long journey there, and there will be dangers along the way. Although the two races are still abiding by the peace agreement, there's no telling whether the Black Ink clan will make a move after this incident. If they do decide to break the treaty, there would be nothing restricting them. I'll give you all a small stone race master each so that you can refine them and use them for protection." While saying so, he waved his hand and summoned a few small stone race masters. Since the great sun and moon marks were inhibiting them, the few small stone race masters remained docile for the moment. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters were ecstatic and thanked Yang Kai. Then, they each found one small stone race master and began taming them. With these small stone race masters protecting them, they wouldn't be vulnerable even if they encountered a couple of territory lords. Actually, Yang Kai could personally make the trip to the Supreme Headquarters and bring the 7th Order masters with him, but his injuries hadn't recovered yet, therefore, he had to treat them immediately. Moreover, he suffered a huge loss after being ambushed by the Black Ink clan, so how could he be willing to let this matter slide? Even though the Black Ink clan suffered a huge loss in the end, that was because Yang Kai had many trump cards. If Yang Kai was unlucky this time, he might already be dead. Since the Black Ink clan dared to offend him, they should be ready for his retaliation. While the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters tamed the small stone race masters, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing and began healing his injuries. After the battle, the ancestral land had returned to its former peaceful state. However, Yang Kai could sense that the heritage accumulated by the ancestral land over many millennia was almost depleted because of him. First, it was because he had been cultivating here for 300 years, constantly absorbing massive amounts of ancestral strength, which helped his dragon form grow to 99,999 meters long. After that, he engaged in a massive battle with the Black Ink clan and borrowed strength from the ancestral land, further exhausting the ancestral strength. To the ancestral land, who resembled a kind and gentle matriarch, Yang Kai was like a black sheep son who spent almost all her wealth in a short time. But Yang Kai also knew that this was inevitable because, During that life-or-death situation, the ancestral land's full support allowed him to use the ancestral strength as constant protection to block off the bulk of the powerful attacks he faced. Without the protection from the ancestral strength, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a protracted battle against such powerful enemies. Fortunately, this situation didn't greatly affect the ancestral land. The birth of the ancestral land was because the primordial light had landed here. When that happened, the originally ordinary continent became the source of all divine spirits. Therefore, this land would be forever indestructible. With enough time, the ancestral land could restore its heritage. It might need thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years for that to happen, but it would eventually happen. There would be a time when the ancestral land would be restored to its former glory, but all of that hinged on the human race defeating the Black Ink clan. If the humans failed, the ancestral land would no longer exist. 2 months later, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters finished refining their small stone race companions. Their cultivation was much lower than those of small stone race masters, so it took them quite a while to tame them. However, despite having tamed them, it was difficult for the Seventh Order Masters to fully control those small stone race masters and could only order them with basic commands. Once these small stone race masters moved too far away from them, the Seventh Order Masters would lose control of them. They all gathered before Yang Kai, who opened his eyes and retrieved several dozen world beads. These world beads were made by Yang Kai sacrificing small parts of his small universe to refine. Although it affected him somewhat, the damage wasn't too substantial. Moreover, with the World Tree clone assisting him, the damage would gradually be repaired. After giving those world beads to the Seventh Order Masters, he exhorted, every bead contains a sealed world with 4 1,000-meter-tall small stone race masters and 500,000 small stone race soldiers. The Seventh Order Masters drew in a sharp breath after hearing this. It didn't matter if it was 1 or 2 beads containing such an army, as they had already witnessed Yang Kai summoning some 300 small stone race masters earlier while operating the Grand Array. The point was that every bead also included 500,000 small stone race soldier. That number was terrifying because Yang Kai had given them about 50 world beads. Wouldn't that mean there were 25 million small stone race soldiers? That was a huge force, and if they introduced all of them to the various Great Territory battlefields, it could shift the balance between the humans and Black Ink clan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5644, Conspiracy. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters solemnly received and carefully put away the several dozen world beads. Then, Yang Kai told them, if you encounter a Black Ink clan army, just use the small stone race soldiers to kill them. There's no need to worry about preserving them if it's going to cost you your lives. Even though the small stone race soldiers in the world beads weren't tamed, they still retained their basic instincts, so they would try to kill any Black Ink clansmen they encountered. With the protection from so many small stone race soldiers and masters, these Seventh Order Masters could safely return to human territory. After thanking Yang Kai again, the Seventh Order Masters left. Yang Kai watched until the Seventh Order Masters disappeared from his sight before withdrawing his attention and diving deep into the ancestral land to focus on healing his injuries. At the same time, in the no-return pass main hall, the Royal Lord was sitting on his throne of bones with a gloomy expression. Below him were 12 guilty-looking innate territory lords with their heads bowed. The atmosphere inside the Grand Hall was silent and depressing, and the many innate territory lords on both sides of the hall wore differing expressions. The only similarity was the look of disbelief on all their faces. When they heard that the mission to kill Yang Kai had failed, the Black Ink clan masters were all shocked. A pseudo-royal lord had led 20 innate territory lords and had help from a heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array, all just to kill a single Eighth Order master. How could they have failed? This mission was supposed to be an easy success, and the Black Ink clan wouldn't have even attempted it if they weren't fully confident. But they had failed. Not only did they fail, but the Black Ink clan suffered enormous losses. The deaths of 8 innate territory lords weren't too heartbreaking considering the human killing star had killed far more than 8 innate territory lords already. But Di Wu was dead as well. That was the first pseudo-royal lord the Black Ink clan had ever created through the source fusion technique. When the many innate territory lords heard this news, they were all terrified. Had Yang Kai grown that much stronger? At that moment, the territory lords were worried as they wondered if even a pseudo-royal lord wasn't enough to deal with Yang Kai anymore. If that was true, did it mean that the royal lord would have to take action personally for there to even be a chance at success? The depressing atmosphere was like an approaching storm, causing the territory lords to feel suffocated. Meanwhile, the silent glare from the royal lord on his throne made the few territory lords below feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Waste. All of you. The royal lord roared, "Di Wu, that stupid piece of shit. I trusted him so much, yet he went and got himself killed by an 8th order human? How could he be so useless?" In the meantime, the territory lords maintained their silence because they didn't dare to interrupt while the royal lord was raging. Above them, the royal lord had risen to his feet and continuously cursed and reprimanded the 12 territory lords that had just returned and the dead Di Wu. His aggressive aura was like a huge mountain pressing down on the territory lords to the point that they couldn't breathe. Only after a long tirade did the royal lord calm down and through gritted teeth snarl, "Report every detail of what had happened to me." Even though it pained him to suffer such a huge loss, and he hated Di Wu for being useless, this incident had already happened. At the very least, he should know what went wrong during this plan and how Yang Kai, a mere 8th order master, was able to kill a pseudo-royal lord. Immediately, the 12 territory lords began talking one after another as they told the royal lord what happened after Di Wu arrived at the ancestral land. Of course, they skipped over the 300 years they were waiting for Yang Kai to come out because nothing worth mentioning happened during that time. When the territory lords on both sides of the Grand Hall heard that Yang Kai could now use his mysterious soul secret technique to hit 5 targets, and even kill 4 territory lords in rapid succession while being trapped inside the Grand Array, their expressions immediately changed. It seems like the Killing Star's strength has indeed grown. He wasn't capable of this 2,000 years ago. Meanwhile, the royal lord could roughly guess the rest of the story after hearing that Yang Kai summoned a massive batch of small stone race soldiers. Back when Yang Kai came to the no-return pass, he had also summoned a large small stone race army to deal with him. Di Wu should also have known about this, but this was the first time the Black Ink clan learned that even after those small stone race soldiers died, they could still be used by Yang Kai. As a result, all the surviving Black Ink clansmen, including Di Wu, were enveloped in an intense burst of purifying light that dramatically diminished their strength. The Black Ink clan fell into an irreversible disadvantage in the battle after that. After listening to the full story, the royal lord's expression was dark as a storm cloud, while the uninvolved territory lords felt slightly relieved. The territory lords thought that Yang Kai was now strong enough to kill a pseudo-royal lord, but now it seemed like the main reason Di Wu failed was that Yang Kai had many coincidental advantages on his side, especially when it came to the battlefield. The Divine Spirit ancestral land could suppress the Black Ink clan's strength and even offered its strength and protection to Yang Kai. Such a situation greatly reduced the difference in strength between the two sides. In addition, Yang Kai was a scheming fellow who used purifying light to weaken the Black Ink clan masters and deal a crippling blow to Di Wu. Now it seemed like, though Yang Kai was strong, he still had obvious limits. For some unknown reason, this realization made the territory lords feel relieved. After the 12 territory lords finished reporting, they stood silently in their spot, not daring to speak. The royal lord sat back on his throne and swept his gaze across them before looking to the side. "Mo Nayi, what do you think?" One territory lord stepped forward, and it just so happened to be someone Yang Kai knew. It was the innate territory lord who led the operation against Yang Kai back in the Acacia territory. Later, Yang Kai faced off against this same territory lord in profound nether territory. Mo Nayi was undoubtedly the most strategic and insightful of all the territory lords, which was why the royal lord decided to still use him after the humiliating incident in Acacia territory. After Di Wu became a pseudo-royal lord 300 years ago, the royal lord recalled Mo Nayi from the front lines to serve as his right hand. First, Mo Nayi bowed to the royal lord before speaking. "So royal lord, I think that what we must do now is prepare for Yang Kai's retaliation." The royal lord frowned. "You think that fellow would come to the no-return pass and try to raise chaos?" Mo Nayi nodded heavily. "He definitely will. Although I haven't encountered him many times, Everything I have observed and learned of him indicates that he is not one to simply suffer a loss. The Black Ink clan planned to deal with him in the Divine Spirit ancestral land while the agreement between our two races was still in effect, so he definitely won't let this matter slide. The human race needs to maintain this current situation, so he wouldn't openly break the agreement. On top of that, he knows that we will not just let him go around killing territory lords. In such a situation, his only real option to gain revenge is to attack the no-return pass. Slightly angered, the royal lord bellowed, "He dares." He was personally overseeing the no-return pass. Even though it happened before, if Yang Kai caused a scene here again, it would mean that Yang Kai had disregarded him, a royal lord, completely. Mo Nayi added, "He has always been a reckless risk-taker." The royal lord was silent because he had to agree that what Mo Nayi said was justifiable. No matter what the Black Ink clan had done in the ancestral land, both races still needed to maintain the so-called agreement to ensure the overall situation. Since they needed to maintain the agreement, it was unlikely that Yang Kai would go off and kill territory lords on the various battlefields lest he force the Black Ink clan to launch an all-out retaliatory war. That was the last thing the humans wanted right now. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan also didn't want to break the agreement because if they did, many more innate territory lords would die in the coming days. Therefore, coming to the no-return pass to make a scene was Yang Kai's only option. "When do you think he will come?" the royal lord asked. Mo Nayi replied, "Within 200 years. On what basis?" Back in profound nether territory, Yang Kai would make a move every 2 years to kill territory lords. I'm guessing that the reason he took that long in between attacks was he needed time to deal with the huge backlash of using his soul-injuring technique. Every time he used it, he would need a long period to recuperate. However, this time, in the ancestral land, Yang Kai not only overused his soul technique, he also suffered numerous severe physical wounds. Although humans have an advantage when it comes to healing rate compared to our Black Ink clan, he must need at least 100 to 200 years to recuperate. After listening to the explanation, the royal lord nodded as his gloomy eyes showed appreciation. If all the innate territory lords had the same intelligence as Mo Nayi, he wouldn't be so troubled. Unfortunately, most of the territory lords didn't have sharp minds, while the humans seemed to have plenty of cunning people. So royal lord, please take the necessary precautions early. The humans might already have a new Ninth Order master, Mo Nayi added. Hearing that, the royal lord turned solemn. "Is this news reliable?" Mo Nayi shook his head. "The humans have established extremely strict control over any such news, and only a few higher-ups would know whether a new Ninth Order master has been born. The low-level Black Ink disciples we have converted have no way of knowing about these things. However, according to the reports I have received from the front lines, a few prominent Eighth Order masters have completely disappeared from the battlefields. Without mentioning anyone else, Xiong Shan has been missing for nearly 1,000 years now. No one knows where he is, but if he has not shown up in so long, it must be because he's trying to break through to the Ninth Order. In the worst case, he may have already succeeded and is simply remaining hidden because it is still not the time for Ninth Order masters to appear." The royal lord's expression became far gloomier when he heard this. Even though the Black Ink clan had always prided themselves as the mightiest army with the finest arms, never having suffered a true defeat on any of the great territory battlefields, they were constantly wary of some Eighth Order masters breaking through to become Ninth Order, as even one such master could alter the course of the war. Among those humans, the one they were most wary of was Xiong Shan. Even their worries about Yang Kai were dwarfed in comparison. After all, Yang Kai's limit was the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai was destined to come to the no-return pass and cause a ruckus, and Mo Nayi just happened to mention a possible new Ninth Order master. All of that made the royal lord think about a lot of things. Many years ago, Yang Kai had come to the no-return pass alone, and though the Black Ink clan injured and repelled him, he still managed to kill a number of territory lords and destroy several high-rank Black Ink nests, which made the royal lord fly into a rage. In fact, the royal lord was still secretly frustrated about this incident even after so many years. 2,000 years later, Yang Kai had definitely become much stronger than before, and even managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord while borrowing some external aids. Yang Kai alone would be tricky to deal with, But if a new Ninth Order Master came along with him, how could the no-return pass stop them? If the Black Ink clan lost a few more black ink nests, they would quickly find themselves at a huge disadvantage. The Royal Lord soon realized that he alone was not enough. He needed a helping hand. Di Wu was a good adjutant, one who was loyal and listened to orders, but unfortunately, a dead helper was worthless. The Royal Lord slowly turned to look at Mo Na Yi before gazing at the 12 territory lords that returned from the Ancestral Lord before making up his mind. All of you, go and perform the source fusion. The 12 territory lords all showed shocked expressions. They didn't escape all the way back to be source fusioned into a black ink nest. Meanwhile, Mo Na Yi lowered his head as his lips undetectably curled into a slight smile. All according to plan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5645, Returning to the Barren Territory. Once bitten, twice shy. Yang Kai had already caused a huge scene in the no-return pass once, thus, the Royal Lord would definitely be worried about Yang Kai coming back. He would not be able to protect the numerous black ink nests in the no-return pass on his own. This was not a solo life-and-death battle. Considering the strength of a Royal Lord, he was naturally not afraid of an Eighth Order Master, even if that Eighth Order Master had killed a pseudo-Royal Lord. However, if Yang Kai really appeared at the no-return pass, then his purpose would not be to fight with the Royal Lord nor the Territory Lords, but to destroy high-rank black ink nests. High-rank nests were the root of the Black Ink clan right now. The Black Ink clan army was created through the various black ink nests, and all mid- and low-rank nests shared an intrinsic link to the high-rank black ink nest which spawned them. The source fusion technique also required a high-rank black ink nest to be sacrificed. Once the high-rank black ink nests were all gone, the Black Ink clan would not be able to replenish their numbers and would not be able to grow stronger. Eventually, they would die out. Thus, even if the Royal Lord was strong, if Yang Kai avoided fighting him and instead targeted the black ink nests, it would be impossible to stop him on his own. It wasn't just that though, there was also a possible new Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master the Royal Lord needed to be wary of. Therefore, he needed assistance. He could not count on the innate territory lords and could only hope for help from a pseudo-Royal Lord. However, in all these years, the Black Ink clan had only ever created a single pseudo-Royal Lord, Di Wu. Which innate territory lord did not aspire to become a pseudo-Royal Lord? In the anticipated final confrontation, the role innate territory lords could play would diminish significantly. Perhaps, they would one day encounter a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and be killed by them. Mo Na Yi also wanted to become a pseudo-Royal Lord, but he was not one of the Royal Lord's favorites. How could he receive such benefits for no rhyme or reason? If he had such an opportunity, then it would have been him and not Di Wu who was selected in the first place. Now, he had an opportunity. The other territory lords were still shocked by Yang Kai's terrifying powers, which highlighted Di Wu's incompetence. They were all intimidated by the Royal Lord's anger. However, through this crisis, Mo Na Yi was able to spot a light. The 12 territory lords who had escaped were how he could potentially make a breakthrough. These 12 territory lords were now considered to be guilty of serious crimes. If nothing was done, they would probably be sent to the 6 great territory battlefields by the Royal Lord to fight against the Eighth Order humans for an extended time as punishment for their crimes. However, this was not what Mo Na Yi wanted to see. With just a few words, he was able to influence the Royal Lord's decision on the fate of these 12 territory lords. Throughout everything he had said, at no point did he mention any of his own ambitions. This spoke volumes of his intelligence. In contrast to Mo Na Yi's exuberance, the 12 territory lords were extremely frightened. They did not flee from the ancestral land just to be sent to perform the source fusion technique. While they could become a pseudo-Royal Lord if they succeeded, their hopes of success depended on the number of sacrifices before them. No one could guarantee that they would be successful. Just as Di Wu never guaranteed his success. Di Wu simply had better luck, and the accumulation from the source fusion technique was sufficient by the time it was his turn. However, the Royal Lord had already given the order, so they could not refuse. Don't say this king isn't giving you a chance. All of you enter the black ink nest together. Who succeeds or fails will depend on your own abilities. the royal lord said indifferently. The 12 territory lords all replied bitterly, yes. The last time the source fusion technique was performed, their 13 territory lords were sacrificed in a row before DIY succeeded. This time when all 12 of them entered the black ink nest together, if one territory lord had enough luck, he might be able to succeed. At least, this was better than having no hope at all. The 12 territory lords left the grand hall together and found a high-rank black ink nest and entered it. Soon, many auras merged and a lot of commotion came from within the black ink nest. Half a day later, the auras began to disappear one by one until finally, 22 days later, the last one faded away. Many territory lords in the grand hall now appeared excited. If the 12 territory lords were all sacrificed, then the chances of success for the next one who entered would increase significantly. However, the territory lords knew that this opportunity would not be given to them. Many pairs of eyes looked towards Mo Na, who had gained the royal lord's favor. It was most likely that the royal lord would choose him. As expected, the royal lord turned his head towards him and said, Mo Na. Mo Na stepped forward as he suppressed the excitement within him and replied calmly, Sir, if you were to perform the source fusion technique next, what do you think are your chances of success? Mo Na pretended to ponder for a moment and then replied, 70%. The royal lord frowned slightly. Although 70% was fairly good, there were still some risks. Such a wise and resourceful territory lord like Mo Na was incredibly rare. It would be a pity if he died trying to execute the source fusion technique. As such, the royal lord called out, Who is willing to perform the source fusion technique? As soon as he said that, a group of territory lords became excited and all of their eyes lit up and were about to answer. But Mo Na did not give them a chance as he quickly cupped his fist and said, So royal lord, please allow me to try. The royal lord frowned and said, But there is still some risk. If you die from the source fusion technique. Mo Na interrupted the royal lord and quickly said, If I am too afraid to try when I have a 70% chance, then what use could I possibly be to Sir Royal Lord in the future? Even if I were to fail, I can still lay the foundation for my other comrades to succeed, so I will die with no regret. Sir, please give me a chance. This was a tactful statement. Originally, the other territory lords were upset with Mo Na for not letting them speak out. However, after hearing this and seeing Mo Na's sincerity, their resentment quickly dissipated. They now felt that Mo Na's dedication to the Black Ink clan's great cause was both respectable and admirable. Please allow me, sir. Mo Na pleaded again. He would not give up this opportunity to the other territory lords no matter what happened. After all, he had meticulously planned for this moment. Although there was a risk of failure, the chance of success was decent. If the other territory lords managed to grab this opportunity, then it would be a case of desperate to cry but unable to shed any tears. The royal lord seemed to hesitate in deciding, but Mo Na had already expressed his willingness to risk his life. If the royal lord still refused now, then he would seem very biased against Mo Na. He had no choice but to nod and agree. In that case, go ahead. Mo Na's eyes lit up with joy. Many thanks, sir. He turned around immediately, walked out of the grand hall and entered the high-rank Black Ink nest. His aura began to fluctuate. The divine spirit ancestral land remained undisturbed for nearly 100 years before a figure finally emerged from its depths. It was young Kai. After 100 years of recuperating, his wounds had now completely healed. With the soul-warming lotus, even the most serious injuries to his soul could be restored, though this time it had taken quite a bit longer as the damage resulting from using 5 soul-rending thorns at once had been quite serious. Young Kai was not only healing during the past 100 years though. He had also been reviewing his new comprehension of the grand Taos of time and space, which he benefited a lot from. If he performed the Sun and Moon Divine Seal again right now, it would be much more powerful than his previous attempt. Although he was here for more than 100 years, Young Kai quickly realized that the ancestral land situation had not changed much and its ancestral strength was still very weak. In such an environment, even if a divine spirit was cultivating in the ancestral land, they would not benefit much. It would take a long time for this world to fully recover. Young Kai bowed and gave a respectful salute to this world. If the ancestral land really had a will, then it must be able to feel his heartfelt gratitude. He then straightened up and took off into the sky. Yang Kai left the ancestral land, traveled across the divine ability sea, passed through the shattered heaven, entered a territory gate, and arrived at the barren territory. He did not come here to enter the no-return pass from the barren territory though. Although this route was the fastest, it was also the most dangerous. The no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan, and not only was there a royal lord stationed there was also a large number of territory lords. Yang Kai did not know the situation at the territory gate either, so if he just barged in, and there was some kind of ambush, he would have sacrificed himself for nothing. After all, he had done this before, so the Black Ink clan must have taken appropriate precautions by now. The reason why Yang Kai came to the barren territory was because he wanted to check out the situation of the Black Ink giant spirit god here. Thousands of years had passed since the battle in the barren territory. During these thousands of years, the two Ninth Order's old ancestors were unable to move at all. Likewise, the Black Ink giant spirit god was also unable to extricate itself. Although they were separated by the boundary wall of the Great Territories, they were literally chained to each other. At least, that was the case initially, because at that time, the Black Ink giant spirit god was seriously injured. It was pursued from the divine spirit ancestral land into the barren territory. Then, as it passed through the battlefield, it was bombarded by the human race army and numerous masters. Thereafter, it was attacked by numerous Ninth Order old ancestors and was severely wounded. Old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing found the opportunity to secure its arm through the territory wall between the barren territory and wind mist territory, but they were forced to remain in wind mist territory as a result. However, Yang Kai now wondered if the Black Ink giant spirit god had restored itself after all these years. If it was restored, the two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't restrict its movement by themselves. If this Black Ink giant spirit god broke free, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the human race. The human race was currently incapable of resisting a Black Ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai was amazed by how quiet the barren territory was when he entered. The last time Yang Kai came over, giant spirit god Ra and the other, unshackled Black Ink giant spirit god, were locked in a brutal battle that shook the entire Great Territory, so it was odd that everything was so calm right now. Yang Kai used his divine sense and very soon, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that in a vast void, these two giant spirit gods, who had been fighting for thousands of years, were now entangled in a physical stalemate, one of them bodylocking the other, while the other headlocked the first. There was no telling when they ended up in this grappling hold, but it was clear that both had fought viciously as there were wounds all over their bodies. There were even big chunks of their flesh drifting about, looking like asteroids in the void. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5646, Collect some interest. This battle had been going on for thousands of years, its two combatants evenly matched. The only one who could stand up to a Black Ink giant spirit god was a true giant spirit god. From what Yang Kai saw, these two giant spirit gods, who had been fighting for many years, would simply fight on for the rest of eternity if no external factors were introduced. Yang Kai watched them silently for a while, but did not bother them. Then, he turned his attention to the other Black Ink giant spirit god. This Black Ink giant spirit god was seated and slightly hunched over. Its lofty figure obscured the large void with one of its arms poking through the boundary wall. This arm was being locked down on the wind mist territory side by the two Ninth Order's masters, rendering it immobile. Originally, it had many wounds caused by the human masters and the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders during the barren territory battle. Black Ink strength oozed like thick mucus from those wounds. However, after all these years, the wounds on its body had been healed significantly and were no longer such a gory sight. Its injuries were slowly recovering. Yang Kai was astonished. All Black Ink clansmen, even royal lords, had to enter a Black Ink nest to recover from serious injuries, but it seemed the Black Ink giant spirit gods were exceptions to this rule. Although the speed of healing looked slow, it was indeed healing. Supreme Masters clearly could not be judged using common knowledge. When this Black Ink giant spirit god was being suppressed and sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land, its aura had been completely wiped away by the omnipresent ancestral strength. A few years after it resurrected, when Yang Kai saw it next after he sent off Wu Kuang, this black ink giant spirit god's aura had clearly decreased again after suffering the final attacks of the top human and divine spirit masters. Now, however, there were no longer any severe injuries on its body and its aura was stronger. It was clear that this strange creation could heal itself. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's prying eyes, the black ink giant spirit god, who had its eyes shut to recuperate, suddenly opened them and turned its head to look at him. Invisible oppression instantly weighed down heavily on Yang Kai's shoulders, causing him to feel dwarfed by the giant. The cultivation of an 8th-order open heaven realm master was a far cry from that of a giant spirit god. This was not the first time Yang Kai found himself in such a situation. When this black ink giant spirit god was revived in the divine spirit ancestral land, Yang Kai had tried to outmaneuver it. He even tried to sink it into the void, but ultimately, he was powerless to do anything to it. Yang Kai steeled himself before he started organizing something in his small universe. In the distant void, the black ink giant spirit god seemed to snicker lightly before it stopped paying attention to him. To it, this insect was no more dangerous than a common fly, there was no need to pay any attention to it. What was an 8th-order master? It did not even bat an eyelid about 9th-order old ancestors and could only be restrained by 20 such masters. Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, they opened again and he shouted loudly, "Greetings, old ancestors." His voice reached old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, who were sitting in wind mist territory, the arm of the black ink giant spirit god trapped between them like a wall. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao quickly called out, "Yang Kai, you're in the barren territory?" "Yes." Yang Kai replied as he opened his small universe portal and began to summon a small stone race army. When he was in the ancestral land, he had given several former black ink disciples some 25 million small stone race soldiers, but he still had a few million left within him. However, those small stone race soldiers that he had retained did not include any of the 1,000-meter masters. They were all ordinary small stone race soldiers who could not play too big a role in a battle against top masters. However, for him, they were still the best assistants available. "What are you doing over there?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked curiously. "What is the situation of the human race right now?" Yang Kai continued to summon more small stone race soldiers and was soon surrounded by a vast army, all while communicating, "The situation is quite stable. Old ancestors do not need to worry about anything. I'm here to collect some interest from the Black Ink clan." "Collect interest?" Wu Qing asked curiously. Yang Kai bellowed, "Two old ancestors, please be careful. What are you going to do?" In wind mist territory, Wu Qing suddenly had a bad premonition. He glanced at old ancestor Xiao Xiao, and both of them became alert and raised their guard. In the barren territory, the black ink giant spirit god also frowned and watched Yang Kai's movements closely. Yang Kai raised his arm, before swinging it down. Afterwards, a 2 million strong small stone race army swarmed towards the black ink giant spirit god like locusts. They did not fear death even in the face of such an overwhelming enemy like the black ink giant spirit god. Their sentience was low, and their nature was to grow by devouring materials, thus, they did not fear death. Death was just another part of life to them. The advantage was that they were unmoving in the face of fear, but the disadvantage was they were not flexible. Once a small stone race member died in battle, however, their remains would be left behind where they fell. This kind of swarm attack was most suitable against the black ink giant spirit god who was immobile. The 2 million small stone race army reached the black ink giant spirit god in a matter of breaths. Even 2 million such soldiers, however, were insignificant compared to the giant. It was like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around an elephant, annoying, but not of any real threat. The black ink giant spirit god's vast black ink strength emerged from its body at that moment. Even royal lords and pseudo-royal lords were incomparable to it. The black ink giant spirit god did not know what Yang Kai was up to, but it would not let him just sit there and let him do whatever he pleased. The rich black ink strength enveloped the small stone race army like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, receded again to reveal all 2 million small stone race soldiers had perished without a single injury. Even Yang Kai did not know how the black ink giant spirit god killed them. That's it. Black ink giant spirit god finally asked smugly. The 2 marks on the back of Yang Kai's hand began to heat up and he said fiercely, "No, this is..." The black ink giant spirit god's smile instantly froze. The marks glowed yellow and blue, filled the void and then mingled with each other. The black ink tide, which had just receded, surged outwards again, this time in a much more aggressive manner. In the blink of an eye, a pure white light began to bloom into a huge white sundae. This mass of pure white light was 10 times more intense than the one Yang Kai tossed out in the divine spirit ancestral land. The light not only enveloped the void, but it also enveloped the huge body of the black ink giant spirit god. The sacrifice of a mere 2 million small stone race soldiers naturally could not achieve such results. When Yang Kai was in the divine spirit ancestral land, he sacrificed 3 million, but the result was less than 10% of the current power. The reason for this huge difference was that Yang Kai had made preparations this time. He distributed a massive amount of yellow and blue crystals to the small stone race members before summoning them. This time, the sacrifice was not only the residual power of the fallen 2 million small stone race soldiers, but also a literal mountain of yellow and blue crystals. In one move, Yang Kai had consumed 40% of the supplies Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had prepared for him this time. With such a huge amount of materials invested, the results were remarkable. The black ink giant spirit god was soon engulfed and the purifying light began seeping into its body. Black ink strength was quickly dispersed and vaporized both inside and outside of it. The black ink giant spirit god roared in a rage and struggled violently. In wind mist territory, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing finally understood why Yang Kai warned them to be careful. The 2 of them had been stuck here for around 3,000 years and had been working together to pin down one of the black ink giant spirit god's arms with a joint secret technique. Normally, the 2 of them would not be strong enough to do this, however, when the arm of the black ink giant spirit god had broken through the boundary wall, that meant that they were fighting with black ink giant spirit god across great territories. The black ink giant spirit god's power was greatly weakened by its circumstances, so the 2 old ancestors were able to remain safe and stable. However, at this moment, the black ink giant spirit god began to struggle madly as it was suffering in agony due to the purifying light. The first thing it wanted to do was to pull its arm back to wipe away the light and crush Yang Kai, who was the orchestrator of its misery. The chains clattered on the huge mountain-like arm, and boundless black ink strength began to surge wildly, as it tried to break free from the chains. Wu Qing and Xiao Xiao's expressions changed dramatically as they spared no effort to enhance their secret techniques to keep it restrained. Over these years, the 2 old ancestors had constantly been reinforcing their secret technique, otherwise, the black ink giant spirit god could have broken out of it long ago. Even so, the 2 were under a lot of pressure to ensure that the black ink giant spirit god did not escape, so they were now surprised and relieved by what Yang Kai was doing. They were surprised at how Yang Kai was able to cause the black ink giant spirit god so much agony, while they were relieved that the new generation of humans was so talented that an 8th Order junior had the means to hurt a black ink giant spirit god to such an extent. The pure white star exploded after a dozen breaths of time before it slowly dissipated. To old ancestors Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing, it seemed like they had spent thousands of years engaged in a brutal battle. When everything calmed down, the 2 looked at each other and each saw the sweat and fear on the other's forehead when they realized part of the chains had broken into countless pieces. They panicked and quickly rushed to repair them. Of course, they knew that if black ink giant spirit god really wanted to get out of this trap, it could do so at any moment by sacrificing its arm. Fortunately, it did not seem things had come to that point yet. Losing an arm would not affect a black ink giant spirit god's life in the long run, but its strength would diminish significantly. The black ink giant spirit god would not accept such humiliation unless absolutely necessary. In the barren territory, Yang Kai's face was calm as he quietly looked at the huge figure that was still shrouded in a white afterglow. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5647, The Net. The tremors and thunderous commotions within the barren territory calmed down as soon as the black ink giant spirit god stopped struggling. It sat in the void, with the arm that penetrated the boundary wall secured from the other side as it stared at Yang Kai with intense rage. Technically speaking, The black ink giant spirit god was both Mo's creation and Mo's soul clone. It meant that there was no big difference between Mo and it. Apart from the vast difference in strength, it inherited all the thought processes and experiences of Mo. It was not easy to anger such an ancient supreme being, which has survived for millions of years, to such an extent. During the battle in the Barren Territory, it was attacked repeatedly by Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even the Dragon and Phoenix clan leaders had joined in on the assault. The wounds they caused were far more severe than what it was suffering just now. Later on, it was shackled in place by the 2 surviving Ninth Order Old Ancestors, but even then, it was not as angry with them as it was now. To it, all the resistance of the human race was just an appetizer before Mo's unification of everything was complete. Not only would it not be angry, it felt that it could have some fun along the way. However, what Yang Kai did today really upset it. Not only did the pure and flawless white light reopen its wounds that took thousands of years to heal, but it also wiped away a large portion of its power. In a mere dozen breaths, Yang Kai ruined thousands of years of cultivation. The pure white light had caused its heart to be filled with rage. "You worm! You have truly enraged this Supreme One," bellowed the black ink giant spirit god, causing the entire barren territory to reverberate. Yang Kai taunted in response, "Come and kill me then." In Wind Mist territory, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were immediately put on edge. There was nothing they could do if the black ink giant spirit god was willing to sacrifice its arm in order to get out of their restriction. Of course, the black ink giant spirit god's powers would be severely impacted if it lost an arm. However, even if the black ink giant spirit only had one arm, 2 Ninth Order Masters were still no match for it. They were secretly praying that this damn brat would not provoke this monster again, because if it really got upset, the situation would only get worse. Though the black ink giant spirit god was furious, it had no intention of sacrificing its arm to get out of this trap. The 2 Ninth Order Masters were relieved when it did not move its locked arm. Yang Kai, however, did not stop provoking it. When he saw that black ink giant spirit god was not moving, he increased his taunts. "It looks like you are all talk. If you don't kill me today, I will kill you in the future. Not only will I kill you, but I will also go to the primordial heavens source grand restriction to destroy your lair and slaughter your true body." The 2 old ancestors who had just heaved a sigh of relief were now anxious again. They wanted to yell at Yang Kai to shut the hell up. Worse, Yang Kai's threats were the most shameless of boasting. Instead of getting more upset though, the black ink giant spirit god calmed down considerably and, after sizing up Yang Kai, said, "I'll look forward to the day when you can say that in front of my true body." It was as if he had heard something very interesting and wanted to witness it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded his head very seriously and replied, "Hope you meant what you've said." After saying that, he bowed at the boundary wall that the arm pierced and said, "Many thanks for your efforts, old ancestors. This junior will take his leave now." Turning around, he shot away towards the territory gate. He had achieved the purpose of this trip. He said that he was here to collect some interest, but that was only part of the reason. Yang Kai was aware of the possible consequences of attacking the black ink giant spirit god with purifying light. If he was just here to collect some interest, then how was it possible for him to do something so risky? His real purpose here was to weaken the black ink giant spirit god. He already had this idea when he last came to the barren territory. However, he had not done so because at that time, the black ink giant spirit god was still badly injured, so there was no need to aggravate it. Now, after thousands of years of recuperation, if Yang Kai did not weaken it, the black ink giant spirit god might become strong enough to free itself. For this reason, Yang Kai was willing to utilize 2 million small stone race soldiers, and a mountain of yellow and blue crystals. However, this tactic could only be used once. The black ink giant spirit god would never give him another chance to weaken it like this again. Although it could not move from where it was still able to destroy a small stone race army far away from where it sat today. While the barren territory was in turmoil, a figure rushed through the territory gate between the barren territory and the no-return pass and arrived at the other side. A short while later, the royal lord gathered the territory lords in the grand hall. On the bone throne, the royal lord looked over at the figure sitting on his left side and nodded approvingly. "Your analysis is impeccable, Mo Na Yi. Yang Kai is really coming to take revenge. Mo Na Yi stood up and bowed. Many thanks for your compliment, sir. I've studied Yang Kai closely. After all, he is currently the biggest threat to the Black Ink clan. Mo Na Yi was able to become a pseudo-royal lord after the sacrifice of 12 territory lords. He had been cultivating in retreat for the past 100 years or so and had now adapted to his new strength. However, his situation was essentially the same as that of Di Wu, who was killed by Yang Kai. Although he had the power and might of a royal lord, he could not control or restrain it very well. This was a drawback that was difficult to solve for pseudo-royal lords, as the power they obtained was gained through the source fusion technique and not from their own cultivation. Thus, it was naturally difficult to attain true mastery over it. Of course, even if Mo Na Yi was never able to overcome this problem, he was already extremely satisfied. He was an innate territory lord before, and would never have arrived at his current position without careful planning. When the tide of the new Black Ink clansmen rose, the number of new Ninth Order humans and Black Ink clan royal lords would definitely be significant. While innate territory lords could be considered the backbone of the Black Ink clan army, a lone territory lord could not decide the future situation of the two races. Even if a pseudo-royal lord was slightly inferior to a real royal lord, Mo Na Yi had already slogged for so many years for this position. It did not matter if he was slightly inferior, as he was happy with making any progress at all. Furthermore, he had always been wiser and more resourceful than the rest of the Black Ink clan, so he was confident that he would not be worse off than any other royal lords in the future. The most important factor was with this new strength, if ever he encountered a Ninth Order master, even if he couldn't defeat them in battle, he could always escape. If he was still an innate territory lord, any Ninth Order human would be able to squash him. After becoming a pseudo-royal lord, Mo Na Yi even had his own seat during these gatherings. He no longer had to stand with the rest of the territory lords, which was a clear display of status. His seat was to the left of the royal lord, which was an indication of his importance. It could be said that today's Mo Na Yi was third only to Mo and the royal lord. It was a huge honor to stand above billions of Black Ink clansmen. This honor originally belonged to Di Wu, but unfortunately for him, he had messed up and gotten himself killed. From what Sir said, that Yang Kai has already arrived? Mo Na Yi asked. The royal lord nodded. According to the news from the Barren territory, Yang Kai is over there now. Mo Na Yi exclaimed in surprise, so fast? He arrived much earlier than expected. He had thought that Yang Kai would have to cultivate for about 200 years this time to fully recover given the severity of his wounds. After his defeat in Acacia territory, Mo Na Yi gathered all the information he could find about Yang Kai and now had a fairly good understanding of his character and behavior. From that point on, he paid close attention to Yang Kai's movements. In fact, his speculations weren't entirely wrong, as Yang Kai had yet to fully heal. It was just that the latter had decided to take action now rather than wait. The royal lord continued, the arrays that have been set up around the territory gate and are ready to be activated. If Yang Kai dares to show up, he will walk right into our trap. Mo Na Yi, this time, I will leave the task of capturing this nuisance to you. I hope that you will not let me down. Mo Na Yi rose again and bowed. Rest assured, sir. If Yang Kai dares to show up this time, he will not be able to go back. The royal lord nodded with satisfaction. I will remain here and only enter the battlefield if Yang Kai enters our net. Mo Na Yi was relieved to hear what the royal lord said. He was not eager to repeat Di Wu's mistakes, where he fell in the ancestral land along with 8 territory lords. Although the results were unexpected, it was obvious that the Black Ink clan had severely underestimated Yang Kai's means. This time was different. The no-return pass was the base of the Black Ink clan, with a true royal lord, a pseudo-royal lord, and 100 territory lords that could be mobilized. If Yang Kai rushed in through the territory gate and fell into their pre-arranged array, he would have no hope of escape unless he was a Ninth Order master. Mo Na Yi rolled up his sleeves and suddenly understood Di Wu's urgency back then. This was his first battle after becoming a pseudo-royal lord, and he was dealing with a pillar of the human race at the heart of Black Ink clan. If he managed to capture Yang Kai, then his achievements would be unquestionable and his position in the royal lord's heart would be firmly established. At his command, 50 territory lords were deployed and lay in wait around the black ink nests near the territory gate. They waited for young Kai to show up, and then they would activate the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. Mo-Na would not be hiding nearby, but further away, inside a high-rank black ink nest, so he could use the undulating aura of the black ink nest to conceal his presence. A pseudo-royal lord could not fully utilize their power or control their aura. Thus, Mo-Na could only do this to avoid young Kai noticing him. The trap was set, and now, they lay in wait for him to show up. They waited and waited, but there were no signs of young Kai. All was quiet at the territory gate. Even the Black Ink clan squads that were supposed to deliver supplies from the no-return pass to the 3,000 worlds were temporarily halted. Mo-Na waited patiently, but as time wore on, he grew more and more anxious. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5648, Mo-Na's Suspicion. What is young Kai doing? With his speed, he should be able to arrive at the no-return pass within hours after entering the barren territory. After waiting for another month, Mo-Na could not stand it anymore. Thus, he sent a territory lord to the barren territory to find out what was happening. He was surprised to hear that young Kai was no longer in the barren territory. He struck and wounded a black ink giant spirit god, and then left. Mo-Na was stunned for a long while when it was reported that young Kai was nowhere to be found. If young Kai had not entered the no-return pass and was not in the barren territory, then where could he be? Could he have been wrong and young Kai had no intentions to come to the no-return pass to retaliate? Inside the Grand Hall, Mo-Na could feel a scrutinizing gaze coming from the Bone Throne, one which carried a slight hint of dissatisfaction. The dissatisfaction was not because Mo-Na's speculation was wrong, but because his speculation had caused the royal lord to be determined to create another pseudo-royal lord. 13 territory lords were sacrificed to create the first pseudo-royal lord, only to have Di die shortly after. 12 territory lords were sacrificed for the second pseudo-royal lord, Mo-Na. On top of these, the creation of each pseudo-royal lord resulted in the loss of a high-rank black ink nest. This kind of consumption had a significant impact on the very foundation of the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clan had new acquired territory lords being born frequently on the various battlefields, so even if all the innate territory lords died, the royal lord would not feel too distressed. In fact, acquired territory lords were even more valuable now because they had a chance to become royal lords in the future. However, the high-rank black ink nests couldn't regenerate. The number of high-rank nests they brought out from the primordial heavens source grand restriction was the maximum number they would ever have. The loss of a high-rank black ink nest was permanent. Mo-Na knew that he had to remedy the situation to soothe the royal Lord Sir's dissatisfaction with him. He quickly searched through his mind for clues and information about young Kai and soon said, "Sir, if young Kai has already left the barren territory, then perhaps his objective is not the no-return pass. He could be going after the other territory lords on the great territory battlefields, especially the 6 where our 2 races masters are fighting." Royal Lord looked sternly at Mo-Na and his dissatisfaction grew. This was the exact opposite of what Mo-Na said 100 years ago. At that time, he said with conviction that young Kai would not risk breaking the peace treaty between the 2 races by showing up on the primary battlefields. Thus, he would come to the no-return pass to retaliate. Now, 100 years later, he sang a different tune. "Sir, please send an order to warn all parties and instruct the territory lords to be careful in the coming days," Mo-Na said urgently. If young Kai really recklessly attacked the territory lords outside, there would be huge losses to the Black Ink clan. Mo-Na's head ached as he thought of the consequences. Young Kai was too frightening and unpredictable. It reminded him once again of the incident at the Acacia territory. Until now, they still could not figure out how young Kai escaped with over 10,000 human refugees without even creating a sound. As Mo-Na considered that particular incident, however, he suddenly froze as if he just thought of something. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a layer of fog blocking his thoughts. Immediately, he sank into contemplation as his thoughts spun rapidly. At the same time, the royal lord had begun to pass down orders to instruct all territory lords of the great territories to be on alert for young Kai. Of course, the royal lord still felt some dissatisfaction towards Mo Na, but this pseudo-royal lord had already been created and was destined to become his right-hand man in the future. Thus, the royal lord could not be too harsh on him. In fact, Mo Na had objectively done a very good job. If not, he would not have called Mo Na back to the no-return pass to hear his opinion before he sent out his orders. The orders were sent down and soon were disseminated through the high-rank black ink nests to all parties. Down below, Mo Na's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked up and said, "Sir, when Yang Kai was harassing the no-return pass years ago, I heard that he attacked from the direction of the black ink battlefield." Although Mo Na did not experience it personally as he was in charge of some affairs in another great territory during Yang Kai's assault, he had heard some information about the incident from the other territory lords. However, most territory lords were secretive about that incident and were unwilling to mention too much about it. After all, it was a disgrace to the royal lord, thus, who dared to keep talking about it? Over the years, the royal lord also never mentioned this matter and seemed to actively want to forget those unpleasant experiences. The territory lords in the Grand Hall instantly felt the ominous atmosphere and they all quickly lowered their heads even more. From above, the royal lord's gaze was much colder than before as he said indifferently, "That's right." As if unaware of the sensitivity of the situation, Mo Na continued to ask, "Before that attack, did he ever pass through the territory gate to enter the barren territory from the no-return pass? Are you questioning me?" As the royal lord leaned forward slightly, it felt as if a huge mountain had leaned down on those in the hall with boundless pressure. Mo Na was startled and bowed, "How could I dare question you? Sir, please don't be angry, I just want to clarify certain details which are very important." The royal lord stared sternly at Mo Na's eyes. He did not sense any trickery, instead, he saw the enthusiasm and sincerity which appeased the royal lord's heart. If Mo Na thought that he could disrespect him after he became a pseudo-royal lord, then the royal lord did not mind putting him in his place. However, it really seemed that Mo Na was trying to figure something out. Thus, even though he was ashamed of that incident and was unwilling to revisit it, he swallowed his pride and answered, "No." Mo Na's expression changed slightly and then said, "If he did not pass through the territory gate, and attacked from the depths of the black ink battlefield, but before that he had appeared in various other great territories. Furthermore, during the war in the barren territory, he led a group of remnants of the human race army to storm the no-return pass and managed to break through. However, he returned alone to rescue that dragon clansman before escaping into the depths of the black ink battlefield. Some years later, he reappeared in the 3000 Worlds. In one sentence, Mo Na seemed to be explaining and also muttering to himself. The layer of fog in Mo Na's mind quickly dissipated as he looked up and said eagerly, "Sir, Yang Kai must have discovered a passage from somewhere within the 3000 Worlds to the black ink battlefield other than the one here at the no-return pass." The royal lord raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "How are you so certain?" Most of the territory lords were also confused, with only a few of them actively trying to figure it out for themselves. Mo Na was flabbergasted. He had already made it so clear, so why was everyone here unable to figure it out? He suddenly began to worry about their intelligence. However, this was the sad reality of creations like the Black Ink clan, which were not regular living beings and had instead been spawned by Black Ink strength. Black Ink strength was unparalleled when it came to the ability to corrupt things, and the Black Ink clan could reproduce at speeds unmatched by other races. However, nothing was perfect. Perhaps creation through means not deemed natural by the heavenly way caused their intelligence to suffer. Mo Na seemed to be a unique case in the whole Black Ink clan. At this moment, Mo Na could only explain patiently, "Sir, Yang Kai did not pass through the territory gate connected to the barren territory back when he attacked the no-return pass. Yet he launched that attack from the direction of Black Ink battlefield when he should be completely isolated from the 3000 Worlds. Doesn't that explain everything?" The royal lord pondered for a moment, and then responded, "You're right. You didn't notice this until now." Mo Na sighed in his heart. If he had known this information earlier, he would have deduced what Yang Kai was planning by now. "Where is this passage then?" the royal lord asked, then remembered something. Could it be in the Acacia territory? The last time Yang Kai disappeared was in Acacia territory. It would make sense if the second passage was in the Acacia territory. For a moment, the royal lord praised himself for his wisdom before frowning and rejecting this idea. If the passage was in Acacia territory, he could have entered the black ink battlefield from Acacia territory, but how could he return without being spotted? According to the information reported by the black ink disciple, after he disappeared from the Acacia territory, he went straight back to High Heaven territory. At this time, a territory lord boldly interjected, "This human is proficient in the Tao of space, and not only do we have no understanding of the Tao of space, but the vast majority of human masters are also ignorant of it. Perhaps his mastery over the Tao of space has reached a height where he discovered some means that allow him to travel freely through the boundary walls." Mo Na Yi gave an approving look to that territory lord and replied, "It is possible." Both the human race and the Black Ink clan were able to speculate and imagine, like how Yang Kai managed to deduce the process of creating pseudo-royal lords. Although he did not know all the details, by analyzing the available facts, he could arrive at a hypothesis that was quite close to the truth. Likewise, the Black Ink clan might not be the most intelligent, but they weren't fools and could come up with reasonable theories once pushed hard enough. In truth, Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space, no matter how profound, was still far from allowing him to freely traverse through all of space under the heavens. He could only do what he did because he had the help of the world tree, which was connected to all universe worlds with intact grand Taos. Each such universe world was represented by a world fruit on the world tree. Yang Kai was able to establish a very close relationship with the world tree, and he was able to use it and his mastery of the Tao of space to arrive at the grand ancient ruins boundary from anywhere in the 3,000 worlds, then from their head to any living universe world. If it was a dead universe world, then Yang Kai was helpless, as when a universe world died, its world fruit would wither and die. Hence, he could not use dead universe worlds to move around. If that's the case, then it's not just the territory lords of the great territory battlefields who need to guard against Yang Kai, but also the no-return pass, Mo Na Yi slowly murmured. Before he finished his sentence, he turned his head and looked in a direction where a powerful aura was approaching at an extremely terrifying speed. Yang Kai. The royal lord stood up from his bone throne. With a flicker of his figure, he rushed out of the grand hall and headed straight towards the approaching aura. Mo Na Yi hurriedly did his best to control his aura while heading to the nearest high-rank black ink nest, so as not to reveal his existence. Yang Kai should not know that there was another pseudo-royal lord here at the no-return pass, so he could use this to his advantage and may have an opportunity to trap Yang Kai completely. A few moments ago, Yang Kai lurked in the void at a place 1 million kilometers outside of the no-return pass, staring at it as a sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5649, Yang Kai's Attack. The no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan, so how could he just barge through the territory gate? It was different now compared to previous years. During the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan in the Barren territory, the corpse of the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was distracting the royal lord's attention. The Black Ink clan never expected that Yang Kai would return from the Barren territory to rescue the captured Ji Laro-san. The situation between the two races appeared stable, and the Black Ink clan's control over the no-return pass was far stronger than before. If there was an ambush against a human race master at the territory gate, then he would be walking right into it. Therefore, after he left the Barren territory, he hid his tracks and passed through one great territory after another to reach the Black territory. Thereafter, he entered Black Ink battlefield silently from the Black territory. This was the only known other passageway connecting the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield, and only Yang Kai could pass through it. Every time he passed through it, he would block the way back and seal it up. Thus, the Black Ink clan should never be able to find out about the existence of this passageway. Even if the Black Ink clan investigated, after how much his mastery over the Tao of space had improved, they would never be able to discover the existence of this secret passageway. This passageway had helped Yang Kai several times. He was currently somewhere within the Blue Sky Theater. Naturally, Yang Kai could no longer see Blue Sky Pass, a structure that had stood for countless years. On the way, he encountered some Black Ink Clan mining teams, but young Kai did not pay any attention to them, and it only took him 2 to 3 months to reach the periphery of the no-return pass. Such speed was only possible because he was well versed in the Tao of space. However, when he entered the Black Ink battlefield and started to head toward the no-return pass, young Kai suddenly had an ominous feeling as if something bad was about to happen. The closer he got to no-return pass, the stronger the feeling became. When he arrived outside the no-return pass, the uneasiness had reached its peak. Now, looking at the huge Great Pass, it was like a beast that was ready to devour anyone foolish enough to approach. It was a warning, perhaps because his Tao of time had improved again, which enabled his perception of the potential future crisis to become sharper. Since there were great dangers ahead, the wisest thing to do was listen to his gut and retreat immediately. Even if he wanted to seek revenge on the Black Ink Clan, the no-return pass was not the best choice. There were many territory lords in the Great Territory battlefields. The Ancestral Land Battle was the first one in which Black Ink Clan broke the agreement without warning. If young Kai really wanted to kill some territory lords to ease his anger, the Black Ink Clan would just endure the losses and not engage in a battle with him. However, he had to come. The Black Ink Clan's ability to turn an innate territory lord into a royal lord had to be investigated no matter what. He would not worry about it if it was an exception. However, if it became a possibility, then the human race had to be careful in the future. So, without further delay, young Kai rushed boldly toward the no-return pass. He considered hiding his aura, but since a royal lord was present here, there was no way he could effectively do that. Thus, instead of sneaking around and hiding his power, it was better to come openly and blatantly. Young Kai's speed is extremely fast. The moment his aura was exposed, he used instantaneous movement and dashed to the top of a high-rank black ink nest. He then fiercely smacked down on it. The huge black ink nest rumbled and disintegrated from top to bottom like a mountain of jade pillars. Although the Black Ink Nest was the foundation of the Black Ink Clan and could spawn countless Black Ink Clan members, it was not strong enough to withstand an attack by a top 8th Order master like young Kai. Even a random 3rd or 4th Order Open Heaven Realm master could destroy a Black Ink Nest with a single blow. Young Kai had done this previously. At that time, he destroyed 6 high-rank Black Ink Nests. It seemed that the Black Ink Clan had learned from their mistakes. After he destroyed one, there were no more signs of high-rank Black Ink Nests nearby. The high-rank Black Ink Nests were now positioned far away from each other. Thus, even if young Kai could destroy one of them, he would need time to destroy the second one. The moment the high-rank Black Ink Nest was destroyed, a figure emerged from the ruins, but it was a territory lord. After feeling young Kai's murderous intent, he turned his head and exclaimed, "Young Kai." Young Kai's reputation was evident when he was immediately recognized by a random territory lord. The territory lord was terrified and had no intention of fighting with young Kai. He turned around to run away, but the void suddenly froze and his vision dimmed. When he looked up, he saw a huge palm descending from the sky to slap his head down. The territory lord was using black ink strength like mad, but it was difficult for him to resist the terrifying power of this palm, and was directly slapped. Young Kai withdrew his hand. He was slightly stunned that this territory lord was far too weak. It soon dawned upon him that this was not an innate territory lord, but an acquired territory lord. He had been hiding in the Black Ink Nest to cultivate but had suffered an untimely death. Killing the innate territory lord or the acquired territory lord did not make much difference to young Kai. But if he had to choose, he would rather kill the acquired territory lord. This was not because the acquired territory lords were weaker and easier to kill, but because acquired territory lords had the potential to become royal lords. By killing more acquired territory lords, he could prevent them from ever becoming royal lords. Exterminating the Black Ink Nests and killing the territory lords seemed to be tedious, but in fact, it was extremely fast. However, at that moment, he sensed a powerful aura. The royal lord is here. Young Kai was not surprised. The royal lord was always here at No Return Pass. Since he came to cause trouble, it was natural that he came out. The moment he manipulated space principles, his chi fluctuated violently, and in a flash, the void was like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. The void rippled and Yang Kai's body swayed. Although the instantaneous movement was successful, his position was vastly different from where he was supposed to be. It was too late to reposition himself. The royal lord came from the depths of the no-return pass with a terrifying power and appeared close to him in the blink of an eye. His voice thundered. Die. He raised his hand and brought his palm down at Yang Kai. The power of this palm turned heaven and earth upside down. Although Di Wu had the strength of a royal lord when he was at the ancestral land, the difference was immense. Yang Kai hastily took up the azure dragon spear. With the subtle space-time strength lingering on the long spear, it managed to stab the royal lord a dozen times. Each time Yang Kai and the royal lord moved, they would leave a vivid residual image in place, as if they were portraits painted by the most skilled artists. The figures of the royal lord and Yang Kai could be seen everywhere throughout the void, filling up the huge void in the blink of an eye. A group of territory lords that had rushed out from the depths of the no-return pass were dumbfounded. They could not tell which of those figures was real and which were just residual images. However, they did not worry about those. Dozens of territory lords ran toward the battlefield. More than 10 territory lords tried to set up a formation to block heaven and earth. Those 7th-order Black Ink disciples who were good at Tao of Spirit arrays had developed the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array. Though they were saved by Yang Kai, and had now returned to the human race's side with a large number of small stone race soldiers, they had still left behind arrays and formations that they made or shared with the Black Ink clan. Thus, although they were no longer present, the Black Ink clan could still set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array. The remaining territory lords formed the 4 Gates or 5 Elements formation and were ready to go to the battlefield for support. When they arrived at the battlefield, a figure fell out of the sky. Its face was pale and a long spear lay next to its body. His chest was sunken, making him look quite miserable. It was Yang Kai. Yang Kai was satisfied with his face-to-face encounter with a royal lord, even though he was knocked away in just 3 breaths. Back then, when he was messing around at No Return Pass, he did not dare to fight with this royal lord because he would most likely fall and not be able to perform a space secret technique with his strength at that time. That would be playing with his life. Thus, when he faced the royal lord, he immediately ran. After 3,000 years, he met the royal lord again. Although he was still far from being a match for his enemy, they at least fought, which was much better than the last time. This was considered a positive development. It was difficult for a royal lord's strength to improve, but it was different for Yang Kai. He had been an 8th Order master for around 3,000 years. Now, he was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and might have a chance to break through and become a 9th Order master. When he reached the 9th Order, he was confident that he would be able to kill such a royal lord with ease. Even so, there was still a long way to go. Behind Yang Kai, Black Ink strength was like a tidal wave. The royal lord's murderous intent was revealed and he was in hot pursuit. Yang Kai manipulated space principles and was about to leave with the instantaneous movement. However, since the last encounter with Yang Kai, the royal lord seemed to have found a way to deal with Yang Kai. Just like the royal lord who chased him out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The way to deal with Yang Kai was to use his own aura to destabilize the void around Yang Kai while he was performing the instantaneous movement technique. In this way, although it could not interrupt him, it could cause the location of the teleportation to deviate. This was proven in the royal lord's previous attempt. As expected, when Yang Kai used instantaneous movement again, the royal lord used his aura to destabilize the void and the instantaneous movement did not meet Yang Kai's expectations. Not only was the distance much shorter, but the position was not even close to 1,000 kilometers. However, Yang Kai was still more than satisfied with this. He still remembered the time when he escaped from primordial heaven's source grand restriction. When the sheep-headed royal lord chased him, every aura blast would hurt him. Now, it was just his instantaneous movement that was affected. It was much better than getting hurt. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5650, Helplessness. One chased while one fled, quickly moving away from the no-return pass. It was a similar scene to the past, and this alarmed Yang Kai. Previously, he managed to lure the Royal Lord out of the no-return pass and then used his space beacons to quickly wheel around and destroy several high-rank black ink nests. After suffering such a loss, could the Royal Lord really still be so gullible? He was either overwhelmed by rage or the Black Ink clan had a backup plan. As the supposed only Royal Lord of the Black Ink clan, guarding the no-return pass was his biggest responsibility at the moment. How was it possible that he could let his rage control him to the point he forgot the bigger picture? The only logical conclusion was that the Black Ink clan had some way to guarantee the no-return pass's safety. The Royal Lord was confident that even if he was not here, the Black Ink clan would be able to deal with Yang Kai's attack. That meant that there was at least one more Royal Lord hiding there, possibly more than one. Even though he had already guessed this, Yang Kai had to follow his original plan. He had planned to draw out the hidden Royal Lord no matter the price he needed to pay. Yang Kai kept using instantaneous movement. However, each time he was interfered with by the Royal Lord's aura, causing small wounds to gradually build up. Although his strength was far superior to last time, Yang Kai could not keep this up forever. The two gradually moved further away from the no-return pass. The territory lords behind wanted to chase after them, but Mo Na Yi sent an order in time to stop them. Mo Na Yi sighed slightly as he looked in the direction the Royal Lord disappeared. He chastised himself for not understanding the situation sooner, so that he could discuss with the Royal Lord about countering Yang Kai before he appeared. This situation was not what he had expected. If he had any say, Mo Na Yi would not have let the Royal Lord chase after Yang Kai. If he could not kill Yang Kai, then what good would it be to chase him away? As long as the no-return pass was properly set up, the Black Ink clan's numerous territory lords and 2 royal lords had a good chance of trapping Yang Kai as soon as he showed up. As long as the territory lords were able to get into position in time and seal Yang Kai off, then the 2 royal lords could join forces and slaughter him. Unfortunately, the Royal Lord did not give Mo Na Yi a chance to make proper arrangements and just rushed out as soon as he noticed Yang Kai's aura. Now, it was difficult to ambush Yang Kai since he was alerted to the situation. Now, Mo Na Yi could only do his best to respond accordingly. He gave his orders for the territory lords to set up the area. As for himself, he did all he could to restrain his aura. In the void, the Royal Lord chased Yang Kai 1 billion kilometers from the no-return pass. Soon, Yang Kai felt he had led the Royal Lord far enough and activated the Great Sun and Great Moon marks on the backs of his hands. A pure white light enveloped his figure. The Royal Lord, who was behind him, was stunned. In that instant, the aura he had locked onto Yang Kai was cut off. The purifying light has such a mysterious effect. As soon as the Royal Lord's aura was severed, Yang Kai's mind connected to a space beacon he had placed near the no-return pass, and he vanished as soon as his space principles surged. The Royal Lord chased Yang Kai to the place where he disappeared. He then coldly snorted and turned his head to look back at the no-return pass, secretly praying that Mo Na Yi would not let him down. Yang Kai must have thought that there is no strong master at the no-return pass now. With his skills and past battle records, he would definitely not take the territory lords seriously. If he is complacent enough, he might be trapped by the array. When that time comes, Mo Na Yi can engage him, and when I return, we can easily kill this menace off. With such thoughts in mind, the Royal Lord hurriedly dashed back towards the no-return pass. At the same time, Yang Kai appeared inside a black ink cloud some 10 million kilometers away from the no-return pass. Without stopping and without hesitation, even though he knew that the no-return pass was a lion's den, he rushed out to attack. With his own aura surging openly, the territory lords guarding the no-return pass went on high alert as they awaited their greatest enemy. As his figure flickered forward, Yang Kai pushed his time principles madly, trying to intuit where the future crisis might come from. He did not think that there would be much risk even if there was 1 or 2 royal lords hidden at the no-return pass. He could still run away if he was no match for them. The greatest danger was undoubtedly the heaven-sealing earth-locking 4 gates 8 palaces Great Pagoda array. If he was trapped in such an array, the Royal Lord would pose a fatal threat to him. Thus, Yang Kai had to look out for the locations where this array might appear. The array needed a certain number of territory lords in order to be activated, so in fact, He only needed to take note of the location of those territory lords. It was a pity that there were too many black ink nests around. Not only were there around 100 high-rank black ink nests, there also were thousands of mid-rank black ink nests. The aura of each of the black ink nest was so strong that Yang Kai could not detect any territory lord hiding inside. The only thing he could use was the faint sense of crisis he felt, but unfortunately, he could not do anything about it. Thus, he could only use time principles to try to peer into his future. Soon, Yang Kai closed in on the no-return pass, but instead of attacking, he began circling the perimeter. He could clearly sense the divine senses of numerous black ink clansmen probing him from the black ink nests below, which allowed him to determine which ones were occupied. Mo-Na Yi did not intend to engage Yang Kai as he hid in one of the high-rank black ink nests. He just sat like a rock while reigning in his aura. With the information transmitted through the black ink nests, he was able to monitor Yang Kai's movements without actively searching for him. Naturally, he became alarmed by Yang Kai's movements. Since Yang Kai had already lured the royal lord away, this should have been his best opportunity to go on a rampage and create a huge mess. If Yang Kai wanted to, with his current strength, destroying several high-rank black ink nests was entirely possible. If he did that though, the Black Ink clan would have a chance to trap him during the chaos. However, Yang Kai did not do that. Instead, he kept circling the no-return pass. What keen instinct! Mo-Na Yi definitely did not reveal his presence. However, Yang Kai's experience in the ancestral land must have made this killing star wary of the Black Ink clan. Perhaps, he could guess that there was still another royal lord lurking at the no-return pass. Mo-Na Yi was both excited and worried. He was excited because it was more to his liking to fight such an enemy. He felt such clashes were far more interesting than simple head-to-head battles. However, he was worried about this enemy being so difficult to handle. Even with all his arrangements, they might not be sufficient. Outside the no-return pass, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly narrowed before retreating immediately. Before he arrived at the no-return pass, he already had a very strong ominous feeling. Now that he was here, that feeling spiked tremendously. This undoubtedly meant that he was in extreme danger. If he attacked the no-return pass from this direction, he might fall into the Black Ink clan's ambush. Is it a royal lord? Or is it the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array? Yang Kai could not be certain. After silently calculating the time, Yang Kai continued to circle the no-return pass without slowing down before coming to certain conclusions. 3 locations caused him to feel especially uneasy, indicating they were particularly dangerous. There were some aura fluctuations in those locations, but the differences were not that great. It now appeared that his mastery over the Tao of Time was quite useful in detecting future threats. He had just thought of trying this out and planned to practice it more frequently from now on. Time was running out as the royal lord whom he lured away should be back soon if he came back at full speed. After a brief hesitation, Yang Kai decided on a direction and swooped down, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear as a golden crow cord. A great sun manifested at the tip of his spear before flying straight down towards a certain black ink nest. Inside this particular black ink nest, an innate territory lord was scared to death when he saw this. He had never met Yang Kai head-on, so this was the first time he was feeling such a terrifying presence. Although he had heard of the horrifying reputation of this killing star, it was only today that he realized just how powerful he was. He swore and cursed at Yang Kai, thinking there were more than 100 high-rank black ink nests at the no-return pass distributed over a vast area, yet this killing star just had to target the one he was hiding in. It was a better than 100 to 1 chance, yet he was that unlucky one. In the face of Yang Kai's attack though, he could not even escape. He had to do whatever he could to protect the high-rank black ink nest. If he dared to run now, then he would definitely be the first one to perform the source fusion technique the next time. With a roar, the territory lord rushed out of the black ink nest and headed straight for the great sun with a defiant look on his face. In the face of death, this territory lord managed to summon his courage. At the moment the aura of one of the hidden territory lords was revealed, many nearby territory lords linked their auras to form a battle formation and shot towards Yang Kai. In the black ink nest where Mo-Na Yi was hiding, he could not help but sigh and had no choice but to lunge out. Yang Kai knew that danger was waiting for him at the no-return pass, and yet he still came. Even though Mo Na Yi knew he would not be able to trap Yang Kai if he showed himself right now, the moment the enemy attacked, he could not hide any longer. It would be difficult for the territory lords to stop Yang Kai from destroying the black ink nests, so if Mo Na Yi did not move, the damage would surely be catastrophic. Sometimes, even a powerful master like a royal lord was helpless. Mo Na Yi surged his royal lord might towards Yang Kai, hoping to frighten him off. Unfortunately, rather than looking frightened, Yang Kai actually appeared relieved when he perceived the aura of a royal lord. One of his primary objectives for this trip had now been achieved. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-51, Probe. There was more than one royal lord at the no-return pass. In addition to the one lured out by him, there was another one lurking in the shadows. Yang Kai even felt that this royal lord's aura was somewhat familiar. It was as if they had met somewhere previously. Yang Kai did not have time to ponder over the issue as he poured even more strength into the great sun as he thrust his spear towards the territory lord. The huge black ink cloud instantly disintegrated as if the powerful innate territory lord was struck by lightning. He spurted black blood and flew out even faster than he emerged, his body completely charred. He was severely wounded in just one blow. He had heard about Yang Kai's ability to kill his fellow territory lords in just 3 moves but believed all that was hearsay and rumors. Now that he was on the receiving end of this killing star, he realized just how powerless he was. How could such a master be born among the human race? The only thing the territory lord was glad about at this moment was that Yang Kai did not cast his soul secret technique, otherwise he was certain he would already be dead. The shockwave from the clash soon hit the high-rank black ink nest below, causing all the black ink clan's nerves to tense up. However, the impact was not too powerful, and the black ink nest remained unharmed. Nearby territory lords who had formed a 4 symbols formation rushed towards Yang Kai while the royal lord's aura was also approaching rapidly. He would be in grave danger if he was to engage 4 territory lords and a royal lord. Furthermore, the moment he attacked the black ink nest, he sensed that more than 10 territory lords were flying over from all directions, each holding an array banner in their hands. From the way they positioned themselves, it was obvious that they were going to set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking array. The Black Ink clan's response was truly swift, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. No matter which direction Yang Kai attacked from, he would be vulnerable to this trap. Yang Kai knew that this was no time to dwell on the territory lords who had formed a battle formation. He had no way to deal with them quickly unless he activated the soul-rending thorns, however, that would only damage his soul and force him to withdraw for an extended time. It would be suicidal if he lost control again like what happened back in the ancestral land. Thus, he made a quick decision and thrust his spear fiercely at the black ink nest below before immediately surging space principles to leave using instantaneous movement. The 4 territory lords who had formed the battle formation had already sprinted to the fight, but Yang Kai still disappeared right before their eyes. Mo Na Yi also stopped in place and stared in disbelief. The territory lords who were holding up the array banners were still getting into position as they had yet to notice Yang Kai had already escaped. Only the territory lord who was wounded by Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun, roared angrily. Disregarding his own serious injuries, he rammed himself at the spear shadow that Yang Kai left behind. This spear shadow would surely hit the high-rank black ink nest if he did not block it with his body. His heart was filled with grief and rage, but there was nothing more he could do. He barely managed to condense a black ink cloud before being run through. He had already absorbed a killing strike from Yang Kai, and now was forced to take a second. No territory lord was unluckier than him today, and he finally understood why it was said that innate territory lords could be killed by Yang Kai in just 3 moves. He might have lasted longer if he was in a direct fight with Yang Kai and there were no distractions, but the result would not have been much better. With such an injury, it would take him at least a few hundred years of hibernation and recuperation to recover. Stop him! Mo Na Yi suddenly roared in a certain direction. Though Yang Kai disappeared using instantaneous movement, he did not move too far away. Instead, he appeared on the opposite side of the no-return pass where another high-rank black ink nest lay and launched an attack. There were also territory lords guarding these nests, so when they heard Mo-Na-Yi's order and felt Yonkai's aura, they did not hesitate, rushing out from their hiding place as their auras quickly linked together. Yonkai did not even look at them, and just as he had previously done, he summoned a spear, raised the great sun as the golden crow shrieked, and blasted it towards the high-rank black ink nest. This time, no territory lord was rushing out of the black ink nest to block it. The great sun flew towards the black ink nest while Mo-Na-Yi, who was rushing over, instantly roared furiously, courting death. He ordered the 4 territory lords nearby, protect the nest. The 4 territory lords hastily activated their secret techniques to intercept the great sun and managed to land some impacts on the great sun, causing its light to dim and its course to be thrown off. It was just in time as the great sun broke apart and, though the black ink nest shook a few times, it remained safe and sound. All from the black ink clansmen heaved a sigh of relief as Mo-Na-Yi dashed towards Yonkai as fast as he could. The 4 territory lords in formation had not reached Yonkai and were trying to pin him down. They did not need to hold him for too long, just a few breaths would be enough for Mo-Na-Yi to arrive. Yonkai would naturally not give them this opportunity and used space principles to disappear again, only to appear at a different location. A great sun rose into the sky as the golden crow reappeared. All the territory lords suddenly felt exhausted while Mo-Na-Yi felt overwhelmed. Facing such an unpredictable opponent, they found they could not restrict his movements and trap him regardless of how many experts they had. All the territory lords were basically like puppets that Yonkai could manipulate at will. When Yonkai went east, all of them headed east. When Yonkai went west, all of them went west. Furthermore, Yonkai was so strong that the territory lords had to form a 4 symbols formation before they even dared to take him on. Time and time again, Yonkai flickered around the no-return pass, summoning one great sun after another and causing huge explosions wherever he went. Each time he tried to destroy a black ink nest though, his attack would be intercepted or disrupted by the nearby territory lords. This could not be helped as there were just too many territory lords in the no-return pass. No matter which direction he went, there were always territory lords to block him. Mo-Na-Yi also played a big role by coordinating them. However, Yonkai's purpose had already been achieved. These multiple attempts to destroy high-rank black ink nests were not just about trying to cause damage but were also to check if there were other royal lords hidden here. The answer was no. If there really was a 3rd royal lord, he would not be able to resist coming out to fight Yonkai after he repeatedly attacked so many black ink nests. If there was another royal lord, when supplemented by the many territory lords, they would have a far better chance to take him down. Thus, Yonkai's previous assumptions about the Black Ink clan's creation of royal lords were not too far off. The Black Ink clan indeed had some means to create royal lords, but the price to pay was far too great, so, under normal circumstances, they would refrain from doing this unless absolutely necessary. Over the years, the Black Ink clan did not use such means and only created Di Wu as Yonkai had been in a kind of trance as he cultivated in the ancestral land. Now, the Black Ink clan had created another one for some reason, perhaps to guard against Yonkai causing trouble at the no-return pass. The royal lord he lured out should be returning soon, so there was no time for Yonkai to dwell on the issue. This time, Yonkai did not disappear immediately after launching his initial attack. Instead, he rushed towards a high-rank black ink nest with his spear. Mo-Na-Yi's pupils suddenly constricted and he yelled from afar, "Yonkai, you dare?" Yonkai laughed and roared, "Open your eyes and see if I dare." The 4 nearby territory lords were so dumbfounded that Yonkai easily slipped around their battle formation and reached the top of black ink nest. "Kill him!" Mo-Na-Yi yelled again. The 4 territory lords reacted almost on instinct and each blasted Yonkai with their secret techniques. The void was violently shaken by the intense power and the majestic black ink nest disintegrated from the subsequent explosion. The faces of the Black Ink clansmen turned pale as they looked at the crumbling black ink nest in disbelief. Mo-Na-Yi raged furiously until his eyes were bloodshot and he used a special technique to boost his speed. Yonkai stood amid the collapsing black ink nest as blood trickled from the corner of his lips. He was injured by the 4 territory lords' attacks. Before he could steady himself though, a beam of black ink strength furiously shot at him from afar. Yang Kai's body was now covered with fine dragon scales, so he did not panic in the face of this terrifying attack. Drawing world force from his small universe to protect himself, he thrust out his spear. The explosion and shock waves spread out. Yang Kai rode the shockwaves out as his fine dragon scales bristled in a golden light, though they quickly dimmed and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His defense was barely able to absorb the royal lord's angry blow. Yang Kai was lucky that his dragon form had become far more powerful than before and was just a step away from becoming a divine dragon. His physique was far more resistant to such attacks than previously. The aura of the royal lord who had been lured away by Yang Kai appeared in the distance at that moment and was approaching rapidly. Just in time. While risking serious injury, Yang Kai wanted to send a message to the Black Ink clan that one royal lord alone was insufficient to stop him from destroying the Black Ink nests here. Yang Kai surged his space principles and used instantaneous movement but did not go too far. He moved just 1 million kilometers out before he turned around to look towards the no-return pass. The territory lords were about to chase, but Mo Na raised his hand and warned, "Don't pursue him." The territory lords actually heaved a sigh of relief and settled down. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-52, Threatening with Violence. Mo Na and the royal lord communicated with each other for a while at the no-return pass. Yang Kai only saw the royal lord looking troubled and occasionally looking at him and nodding slightly. No one knew what they were discussing. With the royal lord's permission, Mo Na turned around and headed outside the no-return pass. It seemed he wanted to have a good talk with Yang Kai. Although the Black Ink clan had 2 royal lords here, they had still suffered a loss. Though their losses were significant, their overall combat strength had not weakened considerably. In such an environment, it was unfortunate for them that the no-return pass was targeted by a human master like Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not leave the no-return pass immediately. Instead, he gave the Black Ink clan a chance to talk to him. Yang Kai stood in the void calmly. Even though he had been injured from the battle, he had no intention of running away. He had the confidence to stand there. He would have fled long ago if he was facing a royal lord 3,000 years ago. Mo Na did not go too far, coming to a stop at the periphery of the no-return pass. He meant to show his goodwill that he was not going to attack Yang Kai. Nonetheless, he was on guard against any surprise attack the other party might launch on the no-return pass, however unlikely the possibility. Looking at each other, Mo Na cupped his fist and said politely, "Sir Yang Kai, we meet again." Mo Na Yang Kai greeted him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai felt that familiar aura and then recognized who he was. Yang Kai had dealt with this Black Ink clansman several times previously. Among all the information that the human race had on the Black Ink clan, Mo Na was one of the individuals that they most focused on. Not only because he was among the strongest of the innate territory lords, but also because he seemed far more intelligent than the others. Every time he was sent to a great territory battlefield to act as commander, he showed incredible aptitude in positioning troops and launching attacks. He was responsible for severe human losses. He was also the Black Ink clan's primary negotiator during the peace talks between the 2 races. Yang Kai did not expect to see him at the no-return pass, and certainly not as a pseudo-royal lord. Based on the encounter they just had, Yang Kai knew that Mo Na was difficult to handle. Not only due to his strength, but also due to his tactical and strategic acumen. It was clearly Mo Na who organized the territory lords in advance at the no-return pass, a major factor in disrupting his efforts to destroy Black Ink nests. Yang Kai judged that he was dealing with an intelligent and dangerous opponent. Mo Na smiled and respectfully, "It's an honor that Sir Yang remembers my name." It was as if the previous battle had never happened and they were old friends catching up. He's even adept at politics and diplomacy, Yang Kai thought and frowned. In response, Yang Kai scoffed and said, "I hope you will feel honored when I kill you one day." Mo Na laughed and said, "Sir Yang really has a great sense of humor. It is well known that you have no hope of becoming a Ninth Order while I, Mo Na, have already become a royal lord. Sir Yang Kai, how do you intend to kill me?" This was true. Although he could not do anything to Yang Kai, the opposite was also true. He used to be afraid of Yang Kai when he was an innate territory lord, but now he no longer was, and that feeling was only reinforced after he witnessed Yang Kai scurry around and avoid him during their battle instead of engaging him directly. This was also the reason why Mo Na Yi went to great lengths to become a pseudo-royal lord. If he was still just an innate territory lord, he would not have the courage or capital to stand and talk to Yang Kai, as there would always be a risk of being killed when he spoke directly to this killing star. "Wasn't Di Wu a royal lord?" Yang Kai said with a sneer. Mo Na Yi was instantly dumbfounded when he realized that he had forgotten all about this point and cursed Di Wu in his heart for being such a fool and bringing shame to the Black Ink clan. Mo Na Yi became impatient with their exchange and fumed that he had to continue talking with Yang Kai. This was not something that the Black Ink clan was good at. The human race had always been better at verbal sparring and outwitting the Black Ink clan. Finally, Mo Na Yi lost his patience and shouted, "Sir Yang, you came to the no-return pass to kill our territory lords and destroy our black ink nests even when we still have an agreement between our races. You have violated the terms of the agreement, and yet your excellency is so blatant about it. Don't you think that you have gone too far?" Yang Kai almost laughed. He did not expect Mo Na Yi to lose his cool from just a little prodding. "So what?" Yang Kai raised his chin and said arrogantly, "You cannot stop this king from sweeping through the great territory battlefields and killing all of your territory lord. You dare!" The real royal lord of the Black Ink clan roared furiously from the no-return pass. "Just wait and see." As Yang Kai said that, he turned around and the void started to ripple around him as he surged his space principles. "Don't leave, Sir Yang. Listen to what I have to say first." Mo Na Yi shouted at the top of his lungs. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and said coldly, "What?" Mo Na Yi cupped his fist respectfully, signaling him to wait a moment. He then turned to bow towards the no-return pass and communicated with the royal lord to calm him down. This caused Yang Kai's eyes to narrow slightly, and he found the situation rather interesting. The Black Ink clan did not care about seniority or etiquette. While the royal lord of the no-return pass had done a great service to the Black Ink clan for many years, Mo Na Yi was now also a royal lord who was almost on par with him. Thus, there was no need for Mo Na Yi to be that respectful of him. Looking at Mo Na Yi's actions though, he still seemed to be a subordinate to the royal lord. Thus, it must be related to their strength. Although Mo Na Yi was now a royal lord, he didn't seem to be a true royal lord. Just like Di Wu, he could only use some 70% to 80% of the strength a royal lord should be able to produce. Yang Kai had now decided to address a being like Mo Na Yi as pseudo-royal lord to differentiate them from the real royal lords. Moments later, Mo Na Yi ended his conversation with the royal lord, who was clearly extremely disgruntled. He wanted so much to join forces with Mo Na Yi to capture Yang Kai right now, but Mo Na Yi was right. Without the heaven-sealing earth-locking array set up, the chances of them capturing Yang Kai were basically zero, even if they combined forces. Worse, as soon as they completely fell out with Yang Kai here, he would no longer have to restrain his actions, which was not what the Black Ink clan wanted. The reason they had to negotiate peace with the human race on a large scale was because the territory lords were all at serious risk of being killed by Yang Kai. Otherwise, Black Ink clan would not have restricted themselves when they had the advantage. It was difficult to describe just how frustrating it was that one person managed to influence the Black Ink clan's plan to unify everything under the heavens. Moreover, he was even more powerful than before and could now kill territory lords essentially effortlessly. So, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not let Yang Kai leave, even though Mo Na Yi knew that Yang Kai was just pretending to leave. If he left, all the territory lords across the great territory battlefields could only retreat to their camps and not reveal themselves. The peace agreement still benefited both sides. The evidence was how many masters both races had accumulated over the past 3,000 years. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Sir Yang," Mo Na Yi turned and said apologetically to Yang Kai. "Say whatever you want, but if you upset this king again, I'll go kill 100 territory lords to relieve my anger." Mo Na Yi frowned as he knew that the Black Ink clan's previous actions had truly annoyed Yang Kai and he could not do anything about it. Instead of blowing up though, he just smiled and said, "Sir Yang, although the human race and Black Ink clan have fought for many years, there is currently an understanding between us. My generation has admired Sir Yang for a long time and do not wish to fall out with you here. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly when he noticed that Mo Na seemed humble, even apprehensive towards him. This sly and smooth-talking pseudo-royal lord would become a difficult character to deal with in the future if he was not killed soon. While bravery and strength were essential to winning a battle, knowing when to advance and retreat was essential to winning a war. So, the Black Ink clan intends to get rid of this king as soon as they can? Yang Kai questioned in a deep voice. Mo Na immediately appeared solemn and sighed, so Yang Kai is really here because of this. He looked as if he had expected this and also appeared sad. I, Mo Na, wish to provide an explanation to your excellency regarding the recent unpleasantness. Go ahead. I'm all ears. Yang Kai grinned, interested to see where the conversation would lead and how Mo Na intended to resolve this situation. Mo Na continued, earlier at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, a faction of my Black Ink clan saw an opportunity and acted impulsively, completely without authorization. Please believe me when I say that they were acting on their own and not on orders of Sir Royal Lord. During that time, Sir Royal Lord was in retreat and entrusted all outside affairs to Di Wu, who was killed by you in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. It was always convenient to blame the dead. Yang Kai was naturally not a fool to be manipulated by Mo Na with such words. Unfortunately, since Di Wu was dead, the truth of the matter died with him. Mo Na continued, Di Wu had always been aggressive and prone to using force to solve problems, but in this case, he has caused trouble and undermined the peace agreement between our two races, sullying the Black Ink clan's honor in the process. Thus, his death is not worth pitying. Sir Yang has done us all a great favor by killing him. If he hadn't died in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, Sir Royal Lord would have taken his life as punishment for provoking the humans and your excellency. Yang Kai barely contained his urge to laugh out loud. If someone uninformed heard this speech, they might have thought that the Black Ink clan was some kind of benevolent race who treated others with honesty and respect. Mo Na swallowed both his dignity and pride to speak with Yang Kai like this. It would be impossible to find another pseudo-royal lord who was willing to act so humbly to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-53, Conditions. All this only made Yang Kai more determined to kill Mo Na. He had to seize any opportunity to eradicate this pseudo-royal lord as soon as possible. Mo Na was undoubtedly a Black Ink clansman on the inside, but on the outside he was as shameless and cunning as any human. In short, this guy was very difficult to deal with. Di Wu is now dead, and the territory lords who went to the ancestral land were also killed by you. So, it is the Black Ink clan who suffered a heavy loss. Mo Na sighed. Yang Kai snarled in return, why shouldn't I have killed Di Wu and those 8 territory lords? Should I have stuck out my neck to let them chop my head off instead? That's not what I meant. Mo Na waved his hand, I just want to say that their death isn't worth us fighting over. I just hope that their death can also calm your anger and allow this matter to rest. What do you say? What do I say? Yang Kai turned furious and then snapped, if this is what you want to tell me, then save it. I will go back to the 3,000 worlds and kill 100 territory lords to vent my fury. Ha, very well. Mo Na smiled bitterly and said, if it were me, I would not let this issue rest either. We both know that the peace treaty cannot be torn up right now, so let us see if we can come to some kind of arrangement. Sir Yang is undoubtedly unrivaled on the external battlefields as my Black Ink clan does not have enough royal lords. Many territory lords would indeed die at your hands, however, once an all-out war breaks out, the future of your 8th Order masters will be equally perilous. I believe that this is not the outcome the human race wants to see. Threatening me is meaningless. Yang Kai coldly snorted, if a war is what you want, then that is what you will get. We'll see whether your territory lords or our 8th Order masters are wiped out first. Regardless of the outcome, I know I won't be the one to die. Mo Na was dumbfounded. Indeed, with Yang Kai's methods, no matter what kind of war broke out, the chance of being killed was minute, unless the Black Ink clan created a few more pseudo-royal lords to corner him. However, right now, the number of Black Ink clan innate territory lords could hardly support the creation of more pseudo-royal lords. The acquired territory lords could certainly perform the source fusion techniques, but these seedlings were the future hope of the Black Ink clan to produce true royal lords, so how could they be willing to sacrifice them? Sir Yang, why don't you state your request openly? Mo Na Yi gave up trying to negotiate with Yang Kai as it was clearly not working. The Black Ink clan could not emerge unscathed from this, it seemed. Yang Kai had already prepared for this and said indifferently, those who are responsible should be punished. Di Wu and 8 territory lords who attacked me that day may be dead, but there were 12 other territory lords who escaped. Where are they now? Mo Na Yi was shocked that Yang Kai had such a big appetite. He clearly wanted to kill those 12 territory lords to appease his anger, but even if the Black Ink clan agreed to his demand, it was now impossible to find those 12 territory lords. Sir Yang Kai, if you want those 12 territory lords' heads, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Mo Na Yi sighed. After they escaped, Sir Royal Lord ordered them to be executed as a sign of his determination to uphold the agreement between the two races. Executed? Yang Kai was a bit stunned, but when he thought back on the earlier battle, he realized that he had not detected any of those 12 territory lords' auras. He was not familiar with the 12 territory lords who fled, however, he encountered all of them when he probed the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array in the ancestral land. For a master like him, once he met a territory lord, it was impossible to forget their aura after a mere 100 years. In their recent battle, all the territory lords at the no-return pass had to have been deployed to fight. The 12 territory lords couldn't be hiding from him. As for the claim that the royal lord executed those 12 territory lords just to maintain the peace between the two races, Yang Kai would be a fool to believe Mo Na Yi. The royal lord couldn't do such a thing to weaken his forces and their morale. At most he would send them to the 6 great territory battlefields as a punishment to redeem themselves. Yang Kai's brow twitched and swept his eyes over to look at Mo Na Yi. According to the information he got from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 13 innate territory lords were sacrificed so that Di Wu could attain the rank of pseudo-royal lord. At that time, there should not have been a second pseudo-royal lord at the no-return pass. Now, Mo Na Yi had become a pseudo-royal lord, and the 12 territory lords who had escaped from the ancestral land were missing. Yang Kai suddenly realized how Mo Na Yi became a pseudo-royal lord, and was now curious about how the Black Ink clan turned an innate territory lord into a pseudo-royal lord. Although he had a lot of information now and it was assumed that it was done by some means of sacrifice, the in-depth details were still unknown. He also doubted the Black Ink clan would just tell him the truth. Perhaps. I can try. What if I get something out of it? Yang Kai thought. While Yang Kai was thinking, Mo Na Yi nodded his head and replied, "It's true that they were executed. I know that you don't believe me, but there is no need for me to lie to you about this." Yang Kai said, "It does not matter. If they are dead, then let other territory lords take their place. 12 territory lords, I don't care who they are. I'll behead 12 and be on my way. If you can't bear to lose 12 territory lords, then let me destroy 12 high-rank Black Ink nests. That's right, I've already destroyed 2. Just give me 10. After all, you were the one who asked me to state my demands," Yang Kai sneered. Mo Na Yi was barely able to maintain his smile as he replied, "Your Excellency, your demands are rather unrealistic. I'm afraid they could not be met. Whether it was territory lords or high-rank Black Ink nests, they were not assets the Black Ink clan could afford to sacrifice. If Yang Kai insisted on these, then there was no point in continuing the conversation. It was you, the Black Ink clan, who attacked me first," Yang Kai said frostily. Mo Na Yi could not help but sigh as that was an indisputable fact. If this was a negotiation between 2 equal parties, logic and reason would allow them to reach a compromise. However, Yang Kai was currently a nightmare to all territory lords and had no reason to be reasonable. Mo Na Yi silently cursed the dead Di Wu. If he had gone to the ancestral land to preside over that incident, things would not have deteriorated to this extent. Di Wu and the others were indeed at fault, but they were either killed by you or executed by Sir Royal Lord. Isn't that enough to quell your anger? 10 high-rank black ink nests or 12 territory lords, no bargaining. Yang Kai's was relentless. Mo Nae frowned and said, "You know that this is impossible. If you insist, then I can only assume that you have no intention of maintaining the peace agreement between our two sides. It will not be beneficial to either of our races for things to collapse here. I would like to suggest resolving this matter. Are you willing to consider it?" "Go ahead. It is true that you were attacked and have suffered losses," Mo Nae said, but then paused. When he thought about it, it was the Black Ink clan who had suffered losses. Yang Kai killed a pseudo-royal lord, 8 territory lords, and his rampage at the No-Return Pass had destroyed 2 high-rank Black Ink nests. These losses were extreme, and yet Yang Kai refused to let the matter rest. Still, Mo Nae could not quibble about things here and simply said grudgingly, "Perhaps the Black Ink clan can compensate you with a large amount of resources to calm your anger." "How much is a large amount?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Mo Nae said with a silent sigh, "It will definitely satisfy your excellency." Yang Kai stroked his chin and pondered. Although he came to the No-Return Pass looking for some revenge, his main goal was to find out the internal situation of the Black Ink clan. Now that his primary objective had been achieved, and he knew there were 2 royal lords here, it would truly be difficult for him to do anything more. His demands for 10 high-rank Black Ink nests or 12 territory lords were just him asking for the lion's share to see what he could squeeze out of the Black Ink clan. He also knew that the Black Ink clan couldn't agree to this demand, so the best-case scenario would really be getting some free supplies from them. The human race now has a large number of rising stars and a huge demand for resources. However, the number of great territories controlled by the human race was too low. Although the cave heavens and paradises had accumulated a massive quantity of materials throughout their existence, they would one day be depleted. The Black Ink clan was different. They now controlled some 99% of the 3,000 worlds as well as the entire Black Ink battlefield, so they were never short of supplies. This was also the reason why there were many human race hunters who plundered the Black Ink clan in the great territories outside the main battlefields. So, Mo Nae's proposal to use resources to solve this situation was acceptable. However, Yang Kai couldn't dismiss this incident so easily. From the battle at the ancestral land, it was clear that the Black Ink clan wanted to kill him. He was lucky that he had a geographical advantage and coincidentally had a massive small stone race army from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan on hand. Otherwise, he would have faced a deadly situation. Since the Black Ink clan wanted him dead, they could not blame him for shaving off several kilos of flesh. Yang Kai said, "I have 2 conditions. If Black Ink clan can agree, then the ancestral land matter will be settled." Mo Nae frowned and said, "Please tell me." Although he was relieved to hear this, Mo Nae showed nothing on his face. As long as Yang Kai was willing to state conditions, that meant there was room for negotiation. Mo Nae was only afraid that Yang Kai would insist on killing 12 territory lords or destroying 10 high-rank Black Ink nests. Those conditions were simply unmanageable. First condition, Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai held up a finger. "I want 100 Black Ink disciples in exchange for each territory lord's life. 1,200 for 12 in total, of whom no fewer than 100 must be 7th order. I know that the Black Ink clan has corrupted many Black Ink disciples over the years, so 1,200 should be nothing to you." Mo Nae smiled bitterly and replied, 1,200 is not a small number. Yang Kai said, 100 Black Ink disciples for the life of a territory lord. I think I am being very generous to the Black Ink clan. I won't force you if you don't want to accept. Mo Nae reached up and rubbed his forehead as if he was having a headache. However, Yang Kai noticed that he was actually using his divine sense to communicate with the royal lord at the No-Return Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-54, Spying. Yang Kai decided to wait patiently since Mo Nae was consulting with the true royal lord. However, he kept his guard up for any possible sudden turn of affairs. From this incident, he could see that the Black Ink clan would seize on any chance to kill him. He just had an encounter with them at the Divine Spirit ancestral land, and now, the Black Ink clan gathered territory lords to set up a heaven-sealing earth-locking array to trap and exterminate him. Although there were currently many human race masters, the Black Ink clan was only really wary of young Kai at the moment. The Black Ink clan would no longer be constrained if he was to die. However, young Kai emerged unscathed from the battle in the ancestral land. The Black Ink clan was humiliated and had to negotiate for peace again, just like all those years ago when young Kai was terrorizing them. At that time, the Black Ink clan was forced into a peace agreement with the humans in certain great territories because young Kai had been killing innate territory lords time and time again. The losses were too heavy for the Black Ink clan to bear. Even now, the Black Ink clan was clear that young Kai was raising a huge fuss and making unreasonable demands, but there was still nothing they could do about it. A few moments later, Mo-Na-Yi nodded at young Kai and said, "We agree to your demands for 1,200 Black Ink disciples." Young Kai reiterated, "No less than 100 in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm." Mo-Na-Yi said with a straight face, "Of course." Since the Black Ink clan had already agreed to this request, how could he haggle over the details? There were many Black Ink disciples who were corrupted by the Black Ink clan over the years. These Black Ink disciples would eventually grow into 7th Order or even 8th Order Black Ink disciples, of which Black Ink clan had a few. Originally, the Black Ink clan wanted to use these 8th Order Black Ink disciples to infiltrate the human Great Territories as spies to obtain critical information or perform sabotage. However, there was now an abundance of purifying light within the human race's side, and in order to enter any rear facility or territory, one had to enter a purifying Black Ink battleship. Under the purifying light, the Black Ink disciples would not be able to hide. Thus, those 8th Order Black Ink disciples were useless unless they were used to fight the human race masters on the battlefield. As young Kai said, 100 Black Ink disciples in exchange for the life of a territory lord was actually very reasonable. As long as the humans had hunters, the Black Ink clan would not lack in Black Ink disciples. "Sir Yang can state your second condition," Mo-Na-Yi said. Young Kai looked at him with a smile and nodded, "I want to know how you became a royal lord." "As far as I know, an innate territory lord can't become a royal lord." "So, how did you do it and how did Di-Wu do it?" Mo-Na-Yi calmly replied, "Who told you that innate territory lords cannot become royal lords? Di-Wu and I had been cultivating for many years, so there is nothing strange about us achieving a breakthrough, right? Don't take me for a fool." Young Kai snorted. Before Di-Wu became a royal lord, 13 innate territory lords entered a high-rank Black Ink nest in the no-return pass and disappeared one after another. When you became a royal lord, 12 territory lords were conveniently executed. Are you trying to tell me there is no relationship between these events? Of course not. Mo-Na-Yi tried to deny it, but after a moment, he realized that young Kai should have gotten this information from those 7th Order Spirit Array Masters. After the Battle of the Ancestral Land, the 12 surviving territory lords escaped while the 7th Order Black Ink disciples went missing. They apparently had fallen into young Kai's hands and were rescued by him. During the time they had been in the no-return pass, although they did not know anything about the source fusion technique, those 7th Order masters weren't blind and surely took note of certain events. Were they sacrificed? Young Kai looked straight into Mo-Na-Yi's eyes and continued, "There must be some method the Black Ink clan possesses that allows a large number of innate territory lords to sacrifice themselves and integrate their power into a Black Ink nest. After enough power is accumulated, an innate territory lord can absorb all of it for themselves, allowing them to break through their shackles and become a royal lord." Mo-Na-Yi maintained a straight face the whole time, so young Kai could not tell anything from his reaction. In the end, Mo-Na-Yi just flatly stated, "Whatever your excellency chooses to believe, let that be the truth." Young Kai stared at him deeply for a long time before he waved his hand and said, "Good." He also knew that he could not get an admission from the Black Ink clan. Even if the Black Ink clan did tell him some story, would he believe it? Whatever the Black Ink clan said still had to be verified, so there was no point in pushing the issue. Without dwelling on the matter, young Kai said, "Let's talk about the resources." Mo-Na-Yi was exhausted from having to deal with young Kai all day, so he quickly cupped his fist and said, "We need time to prepare the resources and gather the Black Ink disciples. Please wait for a while. Once they are ready, We will deliver them to you. Humans are truly disgusting and difficult to deal with, fumed Mo Na internally. Mo Na deeply appreciated how difficult it was to communicate with Yang Kai. He was glad that he did not argue with Yang Kai about the specifics of the supplies, or he might want him to list out all the materials in detail. He was just relieved that the negotiations were finally over. Yang Kai nodded lightly and tossed a communication bead to him and said, "Take your time to prepare. Send me a message when they are ready and I will come." Mo Na took the communication bead, but when he looked up, Yang Kai had already disappeared. He did not seem to worry that the Black Ink clan would renege on the agreement and did not even give a time limit. Yang Kai figured he did not need to give a deadline, for if the Black Ink clan dared to renege, the territory lords in the great territory battlefields would be in imminent danger. Yang Kai would surely kill 100 territory lords just as he promised. As for now, the Black Ink clan wanted him to be as far away as possible. They had nothing to gain by having him lingering around. Although the two royal lords were indifferent to having such a human master nearby, the territory lords couldn't help feeling nervous. Mo Na turned around and flew towards the no-return pass. When he reached the royal lord, he bowed low and said, "Sir, we subordinates failed in our responsibilities and caused a huge loss to our Black Ink clan. Please punish us, sir." To this declaration, the royal lord just waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault. I was the one who underestimated him." He originally thought that everything would be safe with Mo Na guarding the no-return pass, but the growth of this human had vastly exceeded his expectations and caught him off guard. Clearly, Yang Kai's strength had increased several times since 3,000 years ago, to the point where even facing Mo Na and many territory lords, he could still destroy 2 Black Ink nests and make his escape. Back then, Yang Kai did not have such strength. After calming down, the royal lord concluded that even if he was also here at the no-return pass, he might not be able to protect the high-rank Black Ink nests unless he could find a way to kill Yang Kai in one blow. "I'll leave the preparation of the supplies and gathering of the Black Ink disciples to you. Just get rid of him as soon as possible." The royal lord glanced at the depths of the void with obvious disgust, as if Yang Kai was a dirty beggar who kept clinging onto him, refusing to let go. "Yes." Mo Na replied respectfully. As orders were passed down through the Black Ink nests, teams with supplies and Black Ink disciples from the various great territories began to converge at the no-return pass. Some 50 million kilometers away from the no-return pass, Yang Kai retracted his aura while hiding inside a small universe fragment while he began adjusting his breathing and healing his wounds. Fortunately, he did not sustain any serious injuries this time, so it did not take much time to recover. Yang Kai had not received any contact from Mo Na, but he was not in a hurry. He just silently studied the grand Taos of time and space. With the recent refinement of his dragon vein, his attainments in the Tao of time had grown to the same level of mastery as his Tao of space. Yang Kai's understanding of the space-time strength was also much clearer and more intuitive than before. Even so, he still had a long way to go. At least, in his own assessment of the grand Tao mastery, whether it was the Tao of time or the Tao of space, he had yet to reach the highest level, shocking history and dazzling the present. Yang Kai had a feeling that if his 2 grand Taos reached the highest level one day, his space-time strength would experience a dramatic change. Additionally, it was just about time for him to make a trip to the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Wu Kuang agreed to guard the primordial heavens source grand restriction, while Yang Kai promised to check in on him after 3,000 years. It was about time. Wu Kuang made a bold statement that 3,000 years would be enough for him to become a Ninth Order master. Yang Kai did not know if he succeeded, but still, Wu Kuang was the reincarnation of Shi, the original creator of the heaven-devouring battle law, and the possessor of the flawless purifying golden lotus. As long as there was enough power for him to devour, Wu Kuang would grow at a speed that no one could match. Inside the primordial heavens source grand restriction was the true body of Mo, whose Black Ink strength was immense. To cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law, Wu Kuang was practically devouring Black Ink strength without any limit. Guarding the primordial heavens source grand restriction might have been a chore for others, even for the original Kang and his compatriots, but it was actually a joy for Wu Kuang. It had been more than 3,000 years since the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction War and the collapse of the human race Grand Army. Mo was struck by Mu's secret technique at the last moment and fell into a deep sleep, with no one knowing when it would wake up. Once it woke up, it would be disastrous if the human race still did not have the means to deal with it. Yang Kai felt a sense of powerlessness. The cultivation of the Eighth Order open heaven realm was still too weak in front of the rising tide of the universe. He hoped that he would not be disappointed with the Three Selves source reconstitution art that Wu Kuang had given him. 3 months later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly felt something and took out the communication bead. When he infused his divine sense to look into it, it was Mo Nayi who had sent a message that informed him that the supplies and 1,200 black ink disciples were ready for him. They were now waiting for Yang Kai to return to the no-return pass to settle the grudge over the ancestral land ambush. It seemed that the Black Ink clan had not been dragging their feet since he left that day. Yang Kai would not go to the no-return pass so easily though. That was the Black Ink clan's stronghold, with countless Black Ink clansmen gathered there. If he fell into the heaven-sealing earth-lockings array again, then Yang Kai would be in great trouble. Thus, he pondered a little and then sent a message. At the no-return pass, Mo Nayi gripped the communication bead and was dumbfounded when he looked at it. What? The royal lord stood up and asked in a deep voice. Mo Nayi shook his head and said, "This human is very cautious. He doesn't want to come to the no-return pass to receive the supplies, so he specified another location." Just as expected. The royal lord coldly snorted, "Go on then. Do not miss this opportunity." Mo Nayi was surprised by the royal lord's persistence to kill Yang Kai. Although he did not think it was appropriate to provoke Yang Kai anymore, he had no choice but to agree. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-55, Good Deal. A full 6 months later, somewhere in the void, Mo Nayi stood, looking extremely angry and upset. Anyone who had been made to dance like a puppet on strings would feel equally moody. Behind him, several innate territory lords sensed his anger spilling over and threatening to engulf them. In order not to incur his wrath, they kept silent and stayed as far from him as possible. Behind them were 1,200 Black Ink disciples gathered in various scattered groups and areas, looking confused and disorganized. It had been half a year since Mo Nayi set off from the no-return pass with the 1,200 Black Ink disciples and the supplies he had prepared. In this half a year, Yang Kai repeatedly changed the location for the transaction 8 times. Furthermore, there were times that he made Mo Nayi wait for dozens of days without any updates. Mo Nayi was furious, but could not do anything about it. He could understand Yang Kai being cautious and suspicious as the royal lord had already instructed Mo Nayi to seize any opportunity to kill this pest. However, with Yang Kai being so cautious, how could Black Ink clan have any chance to do anything? If Mo Nayi wanted to take action against Yang Kai, he had to first set up the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array so that he could trap him in place. The Black Ink clan had no way to arrange anything in advance, though, as Yang Kai repeatedly changed the meeting location. Thus, Mo Nayi no longer held any hope of taking Yang Kai down. The Black Ink clan was being sincere to Yang Kai, but he still treated them like vicious bandits, which frustrated Mo Nayi. He decided that if Yang Kai changed the meeting location again, he would return to the no-return pass with the Black Ink disciples and supplies. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void and Yang Kai appeared like a ghost. Before he appeared, neither the innate territory lords nor Mo Nayi felt Yang Kai's aura. This space secret technique alone rendered the Black Ink clan somewhat powerless to deal with him. "It's been a long time," Yang Kai said as soon as he appeared. He had randomly and hastily decided to meet here, so the Black Ink clan couldn't set up the traps in advance. Additionally, he had secretly surveyed the vicinity with his demon eye of annihilation to ensure there were no hidden dangers before showing up. "Sir Yang is quite cautious," Mo Nayi replied grouchily. He could be considered mild-tempered among the Black Ink clan, but now he was thoroughly incensed by Yang Kai's behavior. Yang Kai said frostily, "What's wrong with being cautious? Enough nonsense. Where are the supplies?" Mo Nayi kept a straight face and threw out a few space rings. Before Yang Kai caught them, he used his divine sense to check them for hidden traps and ensure that there were no problems. Each space ring was filled with resources and materials of various qualities and elements. The amount in each space ring was enough to allow a top second-class sect to sustain itself for 1,000 years. The amount and quality of the supplies was undeniably large. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and snickered. The Black Ink clan's assets are truly remarkable. This wasn't a surprise though, as the human race were stuck in just over a dozen great territories while everywhere else was fully controlled by the Black Ink clan. What's more, the Black Ink clan did not care how they mined for resources, as even destroying universe worlds meant nothing to them. The 3,000 worlds of today was being fully exploited for its resources. After mining whatever they could, the Black Ink clan simply allowed the various universe worlds to crumble into universe fragments. Here are the 1,200 Black Ink disciples. Sir Yang, please inspect them. If these are acceptable, we will leave now. Mo Na Yi urged him to accept the compensation so that he could leave and not have to deal with Yang Kai any further. They will do. Yang Kai did not bother to check, not because he trusted the Black Ink clan, but rather because he had already inspected these 1,200 Black Ink disciples before showing up. There were exactly 100 7th Order Black Ink disciples as agreed upon, while the rest were of various orders and strengths. In that case, goodbye. Mo Na Yi cupped his fist and led the territory lords, who had constantly been on guard, to leave. Yang Kai saw them off warmly. This has been a happy cooperation. I hope there will be more such cooperation in the future. Mo Na Yi paused momentarily and could not help but curse to himself. There will never be another time. If there is a next time, it will be you delivering your head to me. After Yang Kai watched the Black Ink clan masters fade into the distance, he turned to look at the 1,200 Black Ink disciples, but as soon as he did, someone shouted, "Disperse." 1,200 people turned into 1,200 streams of light in an instant, scattering in all directions. Yang Kai entirely failed to stifle his laughter as he knew that the Black Ink clan would not be so honest. It turned out that this was what they were up to. If he were a regular 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there would be nothing he could do in the face of such a situation. At best, some of these Black Ink disciples would be captured, but probably 90% of them would be able to escape. However, with Yang Kai being here, what the Black Ink clan did was pointless and doomed to fail. The moment the 1,200 streams of light shot in all directions, the void suddenly thrummed and solidified. The streams of light all faded to reveal the Black Ink disciples, who were now frozen in place, none of them able to move, each with a different expression on their face. Yang Kai stepped forward, and as soon as he walked past each of the Black Ink disciples, they would disappear. Each of the Black Ink disciples reappeared in Yang Kai's small universe and was immediately enveloped by a mass of purifying light which began to dispel the Black Ink strength in their bodies and returned them to their original selves. In a short time, all 1,200 Black Ink disciples were taken in. Yang Kai took a long look in the direction of the no-return pass before turning around and disappearing into the depths of the Black Ink battlefield. A short while later, he arrived at a secret place and established a connection to the World Tree. With the power of the World Tree, Yang Kai shuttled through the void and soon arrived at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, where he stood below the World Tree. The old tree still had the same old look, with almost all the world fruits still on the tree being the ones corresponding to the universe worlds that Yang Kai had refined and saved at the beginning of the invasion. There were also world fruits corresponding to several universe worlds in High Heaven Territory and the New Great Territory. As for the other world fruits, they had all fallen off. On some of the branches of the old tree, there was a trace of black chi. "Thank you, old tree." Yang Kai bowed and saluted. The old tree did not show its face, choosing to just shake slightly. Yang Kai identified the world fruit that corresponded to the star boundary and shot towards it. The world fruit rapidly enlarged in his eyes as a familiar aura came towards him. Before he knew it, Yang Kai was already standing above the star boundary. He stepped forward and appeared in High Heaven Palace next, where a familiar divine sense immediately swept over, though it was withdrawn as soon as it scanned him. One of the great emperors stationed at the star boundary noticed that someone had entered it. However, once they identified that it was Yang Kai, They knew that he was not here to cause trouble. This time, it appeared to be Ice Feather Great Emperor who was stationed at the star boundary. Yang Kai did not have many interactions with this Great Emperor and thus was not too familiar with him. Yang Kai's divine sense swept over the spirit peak where his parents lived, and found that the old couple were happily teaching some young disciples. With the Black Ink clan invading the 3,000 worlds, no one could avoid joining the war effort. In fact, Yang Kai's parents had applied to join the army several times. However, High Heaven Palace always refused to allow them to go, claiming that they could contribute most by teaching the next generation of disciples. Naturally, no one, save for Yang Kai's parents themselves, raised any complaints about this. Yang Kai had made many invaluable contributions to the war over the years. In fact, if not for Yang Kai, the human race might have lost long ago. His wives, adopted son, and little sister were all fighting on the front lines as well. Since his parents were not that strong, and there was a high probability of something happening to them if they went to the battlefield, the higher-ups all tacitly agreed to keep them out of the fighting. After all, how could they explain to Yang Kai if something happened to them? Also, who would dare to say anything if his parents remained in the star boundary? Without bothering his parents, Yang Kai called Hua Qing Sai and asked about the situation in the star boundary. He also asked about the new great territory, the Myriad Monsters world. He learned that everything was fine here at the star boundary and the Myriad Monsters world was also doing well. The World Tree clone was showing its power, and after thousands of years of nurturing, many rising stars from the Myriad Monsters world had directly broken through to the 5th, 6th, and even 7th order Open Heaven Realm Masters. A Monster King had been recognized by the Myriad Monsters world's will and been named the first Great Emperor with the title Thunder Shadow. He left the Myriad Monsters world with some human companions and had now made a name for himself on the various battlefields. Nowadays, there were several Great Emperors of the Myriad Monsters world. In addition to the original monster race Great Emperor with the title of Thunder Shadow, there was one more from the monster race and 2 humans who had been certified as Great Emperors. The Myriad Monsters world bottle still had positions open, so both monsters and humans were eager to attain the world's acknowledgement and seize this position for themselves. This was not only a matter of honor and prestige, of course, as anyone who obtained the Great Emperor position would see a dramatic increase in their speed of cultivation while in Myriad Monsters world, allowing them to grow stronger more rapidly than their peers. As for the human race as a whole, everyone, from the Supreme Commander to the ordinary soldiers, could feel the stress of the approaching storm. Everyone knew that in the near future the peace between the humans and the Black Ink clan would break down completely and a battle to the death would begin. Once that happened, only the strong would be able to protect themselves. On the whole, the expectations of the human race were high but filled with potential. Have Xiao and Shui sent any messages back? Yang Kai asked casually. Hua Qing Sai pursed her lips and said, Yang Xiao did send back a message. He said that the palace master had caused them a lot of trouble. Now, they are constantly being hunted by the Black Ink clan. Whenever their whereabouts are exposed, they are bound to be pursued. It has taken them a lot of effort to repel the enemy. Yang Kai chuckled heartily and said, It looks like they're having a good time, I can rest assured then. This was probably due to the final lesson that Yang Kai gave his 3 disciples in Azure Sun territory. Although Yang Xiao, Yang Shui and the others were not present at the time, the Black Ink clan had sources of information. They would be able to find out about Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's relationship with Yang Kai and naturally wanted to handle them. Yang Kai was not too worried about their safety, of course. These little ones had all become 8th order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so as long as they worked together and joined forces to defend themselves, the Black Ink clan, though strong, should not be able to harm them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-56, Mi Jing Lun Speculation. Yang Kai did not stop for long at the star boundary. He exchanged a few words with Hua Qing Sai and released a group of disciples who were ready to reach the Open Heaven Realm from the Void Dao Temple, leaving them under her care. He instructed her on some matters and then left. After passing through the territory gate, he arrived at the neighboring Great Territory, which was numbered but remained unnamed. Any great territory that was only represented as a number on the universe chart was ranked as an extremely low-grade great territory. It meant that it did not have any notable great force overseeing it. A great territory such as this usually had few universe worlds and sparse resources. Generally speaking, such a great territory was isolated from the rest of the world. High Heaven territory was like this in the past. In the whole High Heaven territory, there were only two habitable universe worlds. One was the star boundary and the other was the demon realm. The strongest masters were the great emperors and demon saints. There were no open heaven realm masters here. However, since the rise of the star boundary as an open heaven realm cradle, High Heaven territory made a name for itself. The neighboring great territory was not so fortunate, but it was the place where the supreme headquarters of the human race was located. Although the great territory was previously unknown and even deserted, it was now vital to the human race. Not only because it was the great territory that led directly to the star boundary, but also because it connected to more than 10 great territory battlefields. Just as the barren territory was the last barrier to the 3,000 worlds, this unnamed great territory was also the last bulwark for the human race today. If the Black Ink clan breached this place, they would be able to push straight into the heart of human territory. When that happened, the human race would have no choice but to completely fall back to High Heaven territory and the new Great Territory. With the supreme headquarters located here, this great territory was extremely bustling. No matter which battlefield the soldiers headed to or retreated from, they would transit through this place to rest and repair their equipment. Armies would be assembled here and be dispatched by the supreme headquarters as reinforcements to the Great Territory battlefields on a regular basis. Looking from afar, there were many human race soldiers coming and going in the void, and the glimmer of light from their bodies was as bright as stars. Yang Kai suppressed his aura and rushed to the universe fragment where the supreme headquarters was located. Without informing anyone, he flew straight to the main hall. Inside the main hall, Mi Jing Lun was busy pointing at a territory map, and a few 7th Order Open Heaven Realm masters who were in charge of transmitting orders nodded as they took careful notes. Yang Kai took a look and found the territory map was of Twin Poles territory. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, Mi Jing Lun looked up and gave him a light nod, signaling him to wait for a moment. Yang Kai made himself at home, found a seat, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely sipped it. After a little more than half an hour, the 7th Order masters were sent away. Mi Jing Lun stood in place in contemplation for several moments before rubbing his forehead. He then walked over to Yang Kai, sat down, and pushed an empty teacup towards him. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and poured him a cup. Mi Jing Lun heaved a long sigh and downed the tea like he was draining a bottle of wine. Yang Kai asked, "Things aren't going well in Twin Poles territory?" Mi Jing Lun replied, "The Black Ink clan has intensified their attack on Twin Poles territory. They've recently gained more territory lords and deployed them there, so we are facing some difficulties." Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he asked with a smile, "Why don't you take a trip there?" "Impossible." Yang Kai waved his hand, "I just got back from harassing the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass. If I go to Twin Poles territory at this time, wouldn't I be reneging on the agreement?" "What happened?" Mi Jing Lun raised a brow and asked curiously. Yang Kai briefly told them about his experience at the no-return pass before handing Mi Jing Lun the supplies he had extorted from the Black Ink clan. Mi Jing Lun accepted them politely, and after a quick inspection, he exclaimed, "Wow, the Black Ink clan was really generous to you." In his heart, he knew that this was due to Yang Kai's notorious reputation. If the Black Ink clan had to choose between losing territory lords or resources, they would definitely choose the latter. They could easily recoup the material losses even if they were given away. However, territory lords were all valuable assets, and it would not be beneficial to give Yang Kai an excuse to go on a killing spree. If Mi Jing Lun tried to take advantage of the Black Ink clan like this, he would have been torn apart by the royal lord. Although he became an 8th Order master much earlier than Yang Kai, he had to admit that he was no match for the latter's strength. This was a positive development though. The future of the human race would only be bright if the future generation could surpass the abilities of the current one. A few days ago, there was a report of many Black Ink nests scattered all over the great territories withering for no apparent reason. I figured it was you who went to the no-return pass to stir up trouble. From what you had just said, It seems my assumptions were correct. There was a precedent for this. Previously, Yang Kai went on a rampage at the no-return pass and destroyed 7 high-rank black ink nests. This naturally disrupted the flow of reinforcements to the Black Ink clan, as all the mid-rank and low-rank black ink nests spawned from those high-rank nests were destroyed. The human race was not sure what had happened at the time, but later found out that it was Yang Kai's doing. So, when a similar event happened, it was easy for Mi Jinglun to make a guess. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who returned from the ancestral land explained in detail what happened there, and the small stone race army you provided has also been integrated into our forces. Mi Jinglun said solemnly, "Junior brother, does the Black Ink clan really have the means to help an innate territory lords become a royal lord?" When they heard this news, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the Supreme Headquarters were shocked and decided to block the news immediately to avoid damaging the morale of the army. It was a pity that Yang Kai was like a dragon who shows his tail but never his face. Yang Kai came over whenever he wanted to see Mi Jinglun, but the reverse essentially never happened. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens if Mi Jinglun wanted to find Yang Kai. Yang Kai drank another cup of tea and nodded. Indeed, the pseudo-royal lord I encountered at the ancestral land named Di Wu was created in such a manner. Unfortunately for him, he was too careless and was killed by me. Pseudo-royal lord? Mi Jinglun exclaimed with his eyebrows raised. It seems senior brother isn't aware of this point. Although the Black Ink clan has the ability to forcibly raise an innate territory lord into a royal lord, there are clear flaws with the process. Such a created royal lord may have the raw power of a royal lord, but they are unable to utilize it properly. I clearly felt this when I fought Di Wu. He could only exert about 70% to 80% of what a royal lord should be able to do. Thus, I regard them as pseudo-royal lords. Mi Jinglun heaved a sigh of relief and said, "If that's the case, then there's no need to be too concerned." A pseudo-royal lord who could only exert an average of 75% of his power was not nearly as threatening to 8th Order masters as a true royal lord. It might only take a few 8th Order masters in a battle formation to resist such an enemy, though killing one was probably impossible. But there is another pseudo-royal lord at the no-return pass right now. Mi Jinglun's eyes narrowed and asked, "Who?" "Senior brother, do you remember that innate territory lord named Mo Na? Him. How could Mi Jinglun not know who Mo Na was? Mo Na was one of the innate territory lords that the human race was highly focused on. This guy was far more intelligent and cunning than other territory lords. It was definitely not a good development for the human race for this Black Ink clansman to become a pseudo-royal lord. Mi Jinglun thought about it momentarily but decided not to dwell on it any further. Now that Mo Na had become a pseudo-royal lord, it was useless to brood over it. If they really encountered him, they could only directly take him on. "Junior brother, have you found out how the Black Ink clan creates these pseudo-royal lords?" Yang Kai shook his head and replied, "Mo Na was already a pseudo-royal lord when I arrived at the no-return pass. I tried to probe them about it, and it seemed like the information those 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered at the no-return pass was accurate. Even if the Black Ink clan has a method to create pseudo-royal lords, they have to pay a huge price. At the very least, they should have to sacrifice a large number of innate territory lords. When Di Wu transformed into a pseudo-royal lord, 13 innate territory lords were sacrificed. In Mo Na's case, there were at least 12. Hearing this, Mi Jinglun seemed to have suddenly thought of something before snapping his feather fan closed. He gently tapped the fan against his palm and said, "Perhaps, it also involves the sacrifice of a high-rank Black Ink nest." Yang Kai wondered and asked, "Why do you think so?" Perhaps junior brother isn't aware of this. About 400 years ago, some low-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests suddenly withered. When the numbers were tabulated, the headquarters estimated that a single high-rank Black Ink nest had been destroyed somehow. About 100 years ago, a similar situation occurred. Initially, I thought that it was junior brother who went on a rampage at the no-return pass and destroyed these high-rank Black Ink nests, but from your story just now, that seems to not be the case. 400 years ago, after a little calculating, Yang Kai realized that was the time that he had just arrived at the ancestral land to cultivate. He also killed Di Wu just over 100 years ago. For the Black Ink clan, black ink nests were their foundation, so they would not be given up easily. There could only be one reason for those low-rank and mid-rank black ink nests to die all of a sudden. The high-rank black ink nest that produced them was destroyed. The timing was too coincidental, and the anomaly was equally obvious. The Black Ink clan was smart enough to hide the truth from him, but there were enough clues for the human race to make the necessary deduction. Yang Kai kept nodding his head. More than 400 years ago, when the Black Ink clan knew that he was cultivating in the ancestral land, they created Di Wu, a pseudo-royal lord, and ordered him to go to the ancestral land to kill him. Unfortunately, Di Wu ended up losing everything and died in the ancestral land. When they realized that Di Wu had died, the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass created Mo Na Yi. They did it twice, and each time they not only sacrificed more than 10 territory lords, they also lost a high-rank black ink nest in the process. It makes sense now. Mi Jing Lun's eyes flashed and continued, the Black Ink clan does have the means to transform an innate territory lord into a pseudo-royal lord, but it requires the sacrifice of a dozen or so territory lords and a high-rank black ink nest. No wonder the Black Ink clan has never used this technique before. The cost is indeed very high compared to the benefits. He looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, looks like that original royal lord is willing to pay any price as long as they can kill you. Yang Kai said, man proposes, the heavens dispose. If he did not have an army of small stone race with him when he went to the ancestral land, there was a good chance that Di Wu would have succeeded. The good thing was that this matter was considered resolved in his favor. The Black Ink clan tried to kill Yang Kai, but he managed to overcome that calamity and gained significant compensation for it. All of this was because the two races still needed to maintain the status quo. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-57, Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. What happened at the ancestral land was considered resolved and there was no point in thinking about it further, so Yang Kai changed the topic and asked, how are senior brother Xiong and the others? Xiong Shan had stopped appearing in public and focused on cultivating to break through to the Ninth Order. The Black Ink clan suspected that Xiong Shan and the other Eighth Order masters who were expected to break through and reach the Ninth Order had already done so secretly. However, that was not the case in reality. The Ninth Order was the peak of the human race's martial Tao and was extremely difficult to reach. Now, there were not many humans who were qualified to make this breakthrough. There was indeed one person who had succeeded, but it was not Xiong Shan. When Yang Kai asked, Mi Jing Lun sighed and replied, it has been 1,000 years since they entered retreat, and still there is no news from them. In fact, with brother Xiong's talent, he should have already reached the Ninth Order if nothing went wrong. The issue was that Xiong Shan's cultivation had once regressed. Long ago, in Blue Sky Pass, in the era when Yang Kai had not yet set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield, Xiong Shan was a famous existence and many territory lords died at his hand. However, he was so feared that he became a priority target for the Black Ink clan. They specifically targeted him and trapped him in a bitter battle where he became corrupted heavily by Black Ink's strength, forcing him to sacrifice a large portion of his small universe to preserve himself. Afterwards, he took a profound yin spirit fruit to repair his damaged small universe. However, the drop in one's cultivation was not something that was automatically made up for. For the many years that Yang Kai was stationed at Blue Sky Pass, he had never seen Xiong Shan because the latter was in secluded retreat. It was not until the leaders of the human race decided to form the Great Evolution Army to recover Great Evolution Pass that Xiong Shan returned to the limelight. What Mi Jing Lun meant was that if that incident had not occurred all those years ago, Xiong Shan would already be a Ninth Order master. The cave heavens and paradises were filled with talented people, but throughout history, few could match the reputation of Xiong Shan. It was a pity that his future accomplishments were greatly delayed, and now it seemed that dark injuries from that incident were preventing Xiong Shan from reaching the Ninth Order. The current situation between the two races was rather stable. Although the fighting never ceased, it was all in a managed situation rather than an all-out war. Thus, Xiong Shan took this opportunity to enter retreat and cultivate. Brother Xiong did mention that if necessary, he would come out to face the enemy, regardless of whether he had achieved a breakthrough. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "What about the suppressing black ink fortress? What's the progress?" The suppressing black ink fortress was a massive mobile palace artifact that Yang Kai had convinced the Supreme Headquarters to refine in order to deal with the Black Ink clan. It was quite similar to the Great Passes of old, but far smaller. The current generation of artifact refiners, even compared to those from late ancient era, were not inferior. However, the human race sorely lacked resources at the moment. Great Passes were enormous mobile palace artifacts built up and refined over hundreds of thousands of years, consuming an unfathomable amount of resources. The human race could not afford to spend so lavishly in their current situation. If they tried to build such an artifact now, it would likely cripple the cultivation progress of the entire race, which was a situation that absolutely could not be allowed. Thus, they could only build the suppressing black ink fortress, for which Yang Kai campaigned hard some 1,000 years ago, just before he left for the Myriad Monsters world. This mobile palace artifact was not destined for the Great Territory battlefields, however. When Yang Kai asked about the suppressing black ink fortress, Mi Jing Lun replied, 300 years ago, the superstructure of the suppressing black ink fortress was completed, and over the subsequent years, various grand arrays and artifacts have been installed. It should be almost finished now. After a pause, he asked, "Do you want to see it?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. The two of them left the Supreme Headquarters together and shot off into the depths of the void. The construction of the suppressing black ink fortress was kept highly confidential, with only those participating in the project and the heads of the Supreme Headquarters being in the know. This giant weapon of war was located at an extremely remote place in the Great Territory and covered with multiple arrays to conceal it. Patrolling human race masters also ensured that no one without authorization approached this region. Yang Kai and Mi Jing Lun traveled for about an hour before reaching a universe world that seemed to be covered in shadows. Although this universe world was ancient, its grand Tao and will were imperfect. Thus, there was no vitality here. This was a rather common sight throughout the 3,000 worlds. Although such a universe world generally had a lot of precious cultivation resources, it was not suitable for the survival of living beings, thus it was essentially dead. A divine sense swept over from afar, but after confirming Mi Jing Lun's identity, it allowed them through. Yang Kai, led by Mi Jing Lun, flew for a while around the universe world before arriving at a certain spot and heading down. They passed through a layer of thick, dark clouds before being hit in the face with an imposing aura. A huge and lofty object immediately filled their view, one that looked like a massive steel beast. This was the suppressing black ink fortress. The suppressing black ink fortress was undoubtedly much smaller compared to a great pass from the black ink battlefield, being just 10% of the size. However, it was still a massive object. The entire suppressing black ink fortress looked like a small city with many structures, high walls, and towers. Yang Kai could see people scurrying about inside the suppressing black ink fortress, carrying materials and working on construction projects. There were huge artifacts mounted atop of the city walls, and at a glance one could tell how extraordinary they were. There were also traces of numerous grand arrays, but none of them were currently active, so it was impossible to assess their might. The human race seemed to be in decline as it only held a dozen or so great territories because of the Black Ink clan. However, no matter how bad things were, they still had a profound heritage. When the Grand Army was defeated in the war outside the primordial heavens source Grand Restriction, the humans were forced to retreat to the no-return pass, and then to the barren territory. The death of countless soldiers was certainly heartbreaking, but the loss of a great pass inherited since the end of the late ancient era was also a massive strategic setback for the human race. While many great passes were destroyed, others remained mostly intact at the no-return pass. Many wanted to take the great passes away with them, but they were too massive even for a ninth-order old ancestor to fit into their small universe. Thus, they had no choice but to abandon them. Presently, those great passes outside the no-return pass had become platforms for Black Ink nests. If the human race could defeat the Black Ink clan and retake the no-return pass, there was still hope to regain those great passes. The two landed on the suppressing Black Ink fortress and were immediately greeted by someone. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Grandmaster Dongguo." It was Dongguoren Ping, who Yang Kai had met at Blue Sky Pass. He was an artifact refining great grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven and also the one who built the first purifying black ink battleship together with Yang Kai and a number of array masters. However, since Yang Kai left Blue Sky Pass, they had not seen each other again, mainly because Dongguo Ping was in charge of artifact refining while Yang Kai's job was to kill the enemy. They fought on different battlefields, so it was natural for them not to meet each other. Yang Kai. Dongguo Ping also recognized Yang Kai immediately and reached out his hand to slap his shoulder as he happily declared, "I should call you junior brother Yang now." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Senior brother Dongguo." He was happy to see him. Although Yang Kai had met many people on the black ink battlefield, few survived until today. Dongguo Ping was also a bit emotional. When he first met Yang Kai, the latter was just an unknown sixth-order brat. He was only valued by Blue Sky Pass leaders at the time because he brought purifying light to the human race. Now, when Dongguo Ping saw him again, Yang Kai was already the powerful profound Nether Army commander and a perpetual thorn in the Black Ink clan's side. Such growth was truly immense as only 3,000 years had passed since then. Mi Jinglun said with a smile, "Senior brother Dongguo is one of the chief artifact refiners on the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress project. Junior brother Yang, if you want to know more about the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, please feel free to ask senior brother Dongguo." "Many thanks, senior brother." Dongguo Ping simply waved his hand. "Artifact refining is the job of this old master, it's not a big deal. However, can junior brother Yang tell me what this Suppressing Black Ink Fortress is going to be used for? This artifact is massive and took no less than 1,000 artifact refiners almost 1,000 years to construct. Although it is powerful, it is not suitable for the current war. Even if it is for a counter-offensive, one Suppressing Black Ink Fortress won't make much of a difference. If it weren't for Supreme Headquarters special orders, this old master would not have agreed to squander so many resources and so much manpower on this. The amount of resources poured into the thing could have benefited the Great Army in many other ways. It was clear that Dongguo Ping had strong opinions about the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. As he said, this thing was not very useful for the situation the human race was currently in. Unless more Suppressing Black Ink Fortresses were built, they could not be used to attack the enemy. This was certainly a very sharp weapon of war, however, its disadvantages were also very obvious. It took far too many resources and too much time to build just one, so if it did not achieve its intended purpose, then it was all just a huge waste of time and money. Didn't senior brother Mi explain the situation? Yang Kai was stunned. Mi Jinglun said in return, "It's better that fewer people know about this matter." Dongguo Ping glared at Mi Jinglun and snorted, "What nonsense is this guy sprouting? He just said that it was a secret. What can this old master do to him if he refuses to say anything?" Yang Kai smiled before quietly whispering something to Dongguo Ping. Dongguo Ping immediately turned solemn and remarked, "I see." He had his suspicions considering the situation, however, Yang Kai just confirmed his guesses. He was a veteran from Blue Sky Pass who had experienced thousands of years of war on the Black Ink battlefield. If the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress was used in that place, it was indeed the perfect tool for the job. "What are the chances of that happening?" Dongguo Ping asked. Yang Kai replied, "It's bound to happen, it's just a matter of time." Dongguo Ping replied, "Fortunately, this old master did not cut corners when I built the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress. Otherwise, it would have been a big mistake." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Senior brother, please take us to look around." Dongguo Ping was immediately reinvigorated. Although he had some reservations about building the Suppressing Black Ink Fortress, it was also the greatest masterpiece of his life. Now that he had succeeded in building it, he naturally wanted to show it off to others. It was pointless for him to brag about it to the builders. Thus, when Mi Jinglun and Yang Kai came, he finally had an audience to lead around and introduce all the wondrous features of his creation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-58, Tiger Roar Cannon. When the Supreme Headquarters gave the order 1,000 years ago, Dongguo and Ping led several artifact refining great-grandmasters and brought over 1,000 artifact refiners to this place to work. Those artifact refiners had put their all into the suppressing black ink fortress, and it represented their proudest achievement. Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven contributed a huge amount of resources to create this artifact. Although each Cave Heaven and Paradise contributed a lot to this project, Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven were the experts at artifact refining and thus contributed the most. Presently, the suppressing black ink fortress had various grand arrays, artifacts, and even some architectural uniqueness, making it essentially a mobile city. All of this was influenced by Dongguo and Ping, so he was intimately familiar with all aspects of the suppressing black ink fortress, making his introductions detailed and descriptive. Yang Kai soon began to appreciate the might of the suppressing black ink fortress. He was very satisfied with what he was hearing. Although the suppressing black ink fortress was only 10% the size of a great pass, its armaments and capabilities were basically on par with one. They paused for explanations and then resumed along the route. When the three of them arrived near a section of the city wall, Dongguo and Ping pointed to a huge artifact mounted up ahead. The shape of the artifact looked like a crouching tiger with an elongated neck gazing forward. There were several artifact refiners nearby who were busy working on it. Dongguo and Ping pointed at the artifact and said proudly, "This is a tiger roar cannon, the main offensive artifact of the suppressing black ink fortress. Over all four walls, there are a total of 1,200 of these. They were specially designed for the suppressing black ink fortress." Mi Jinglun looked at it for a while and asked, "How powerful is it?" Dongguo and Ping stroked his beard and smiled. When tested, 3 6th-order masters working together were able to unleash a strike equivalent to a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm master's full strength. If 3 7th-order masters worked together, the power unleashed would be similar to an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm master's attack. Mi Jinglun raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Impressive, but creating such an artifact must have been expensive, right?" Dongguo and Ping replied with a solemn nod, "Didn't Supreme Headquarters say not to skimp on the cost? Creating a single Tiger Roar cannon consumes resources equivalent to building a standard warship." Mi Jinglun winced at the thought of the cost. With 1,200 Tiger Roar cannons, it was like having 1,200 standard warships, and that was just for the main armaments of the suppressing black ink fortress. There were other various supplementary artifacts, as well as the grand arrays within the fortress, which also required a lot of resources. The entire suppressing black ink fortress was practically a weapon of war built from several generations of stockpiled wealth. It was fortunate that Yang Kai went to the no-return pass to pick a fight with the Black Ink clan and managed to get them to compensate him with so many materials. At least, that could help to replenish a good portion of the stock used in the production of the suppressing black ink fortress. Otherwise, the human race would have to tighten their belts for a few years just to get by. However, this was something Yang Kai had specially requested. Although the cost was immense, it was worth the expenditure as long as it could produce the desired effect. As the two spoke, Yang Kai had already walked toward the Tiger Roar cannon, which had several artifact refiners busy working on it. One of them became upset when he noticed someone approaching without permission and stood up abruptly with the intention to reprimand him, but was immediately stunned. Yang Kai smiled at him and said, "Senior Brother Shu." The other person smiled and exclaimed, "Junior Brother Yang? Haven't seen you in years, Senior Brother Shu. You still have the same noble bearing as before." Yang Kai glanced at the chubby figure in front of him while comparing it to the one in his memories. In fact, there were no significant changes to Fatty Shuzhen except for the traces of aging after all these years. Furthermore, Shuzhen was already an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Dongguo and Ping walked forward and asked curiously, "Junior Brother Yang, you know my martial nephew?" Although they were both in the 8th Order, since they were born and raised in Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven, Dongguo and Ping was still Shuzhen's senior and thus of a higher rank compared to a rising star like Shuzhen. Furthermore, while they were cultivators in the same realm and from the same sect, there was still some difference in their strength and achievements. In contrast, although Yang Kai was much younger than the rest, as long as his cultivation was on par with theirs, he was considered equal in terms of seniority to Mi Jinglun and Dongguo and Ping. "Of course, I know him. I was drawn into the grand ancient ruins boundary with senior brother Shu. We went through a lot of hardships together, Yang Kai explained. Dong Guo and Ping suddenly understood. Over the past 10,000 years, the grand ancient ruins boundary only appeared once. Shu Zhen coincidentally got dragged into it, and apparently so did Yang Kai. Therefore, it was normal that they knew each other from the incident. Sometime later, Yang Kai and Shu Zhen also met in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. However, after Yang Kai went to the Black Ink battlefield, there was no longer any news of him. Shu Zhen naturally heard about Yang Kai's exploits when the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds. It was a pity that they could not meet until today. To construct the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven had deployed 30% of their sect's artifact refiners, which was why Fatty Shu Zhen was here. After some pleasantries, Shu Zhen cupped his fist and said, "Martial Uncle is here just in time. This Tiger Roar cannon has some problems linking together with the Grand Array. No matter how we tried, we just can't get it to work smoothly. Perhaps Martial Uncle can figure out the problem." Dong Guo and Ping, who never backed down from a challenge, stepped forward and said, "Let me take a look." He approached the Tiger Roar cannon, carefully investigated and quickly found the crux of the problem. He did not personally resolve it though and instead carefully instructed Shu Zhen and the others and let them do it. This was also a kind of on-the-spot education. The few artifact refiners soon became busy working on the cannon and forgot all about Yang Kai and Mi Jinglun who were standing beside them. Yang Kai also knew something about the Tao of artifact refining, and although it was not as good as his mastery over the Taos of time, space, and spear, he was still an artifact refining grandmaster, so he could more or less understand what they were discussing and was also interested in it. On the contrary, Mi Jinglun, who knew nothing about the subject, stood by the side, bored to tears. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother Mi, we have basically finished with the tour of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, but I would like to remain here and see the rest of the artifacts and spirit arrays. You should go on ahead first." Mi Jinglun nodded and said, "Good. I will make the rest of the arrangements at the Supreme Headquarters." Yang Kai made his requests without holding back. "I estimate it will take a minimum of 5,000 and up to 8,000 soldiers to fully mobilize the power of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. I will have to trouble senior brother Mi to prepare them as soon as possible. Additionally, please send the divine spirits that I brought back from the grand ancient ruins boundary over here. Although they have been obedient over the years, the agreement I made with them was only for 3,000 years and will soon be up. It will be difficult for me to extend the pact, but there just so happens to be someone over on that side who can handle them." Mi Jinglun immediately understood and replied with a smile, "That's right, under that person's watchful eye, these divine spirits have no choice but to behave obediently. Naturally, the suppressing Black Ink fortress needs a divine spirit with great sun and moon marks to be able to create purifying light to protect against the encroachment of Black Ink strength. I'll make sure everything is prepared appropriately." Mi Jinglun quickly left and went back to the Supreme Headquarters to organize the troops while Yang Kai stayed. Once the suppressing Black Ink fortress was ready for action, Yang Kai would be responsible for sending it to that place. Dong Guo and Ping was still instructing Shu Zhen and the others to solve the problem of the Tiger Roar cannon, when Yang Kai heard a soft voice in his ear. He was surprised and decided to follow the voice, leaving the suppressing Black Ink fortress and heading towards a mountain valley some 3,000 kilometers to the west. He approached it, and was stunned by what he saw within it. The entire surrounding land was barren and silent, but this mountain valley was full of vitality, with an abundance of fragrant flowers and vegetation. However, under careful observation and inspection, he realized that all the greenery was nothing but an illusion. This was obviously an extremely profound manifestation of power. He then noticed a delicate figure sitting quietly in the middle of the sea of flowers. As Yang Kai waded through the sea of flowers, the flowers were disturbed, detached from their stems, and flew away from the branches. The flowers turned into yellow, red, and green butterflies dancing among other flowers. At that moment, the world was colorful and beautiful. Yang Kai was captivated by this beauty, even stretching out his hand and allowing a butterfly to land gently on his fingertips while flapping its wings. A few moments later, he approached the figure, bowed, and greeted, Old Ancestor. This was the only human who had advanced to become a Ninth Order Old Ancestor since the invasion of the 3,000 worlds. Only a select few of the upper ranks knew about this. Yang Kai was curious about where she was after she had reached the Ninth Order, and it was only when he heard her voice that he realized that she had been here the whole time, guarding the suppressing Black Ink Fortress. The Supreme Headquarters must have arranged for this newly promoted Ninth Order Master to secretly guard the suppressing Black Ink Fortress to ensure that absolutely nothing happened to it. Luo Tinghe smiled slightly, reached out her hand, and spoke gently, no need for formalities. In fact, I owe everything that I have to you. This Ninth Order Master of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years. Many years later, Chu Huashong had entered the Samsara Pavilion vowing to live and die together with Yang Kai for 9 lifetimes or perish inside. Yang Kai managed to overcome this challenge and leave with Chu Huashong. It was through that opportunity that Luo Tinghe was also able to leave the Samsara Pavilion. If Yang Kai had not gone through the 9th reincarnation and succeeded in awakening Chu Huashong, Luo Tinghe would still be trapped in the Samsara Pavilion. She would not be where she is today. Old Ancestor is too kind. What happened that day was pure coincidence, Yang Kai said respectfully. Back then, he had no idea Luo Tinghe was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion. All he did was break Chu Huashong's heart seal and awaken her memories. It was pure coincidence that he managed to get Luo Tinghe out as well. Coincidence or not, I still owe you a favor, Luo Tinghe insisted. Yang Kai could not say anything else. Luo Tinghe tilted her head and smiled as she said, I've been thinking about how to repay you for that. I originally thought of giving you some benefits after I reached the Ninth Order, however, your cultivation speed is so fast that the benefits I can give you now related to that are far too limited. Marshall Peak, Chapter 56-59, Butterfly. Luo Tinghe would not be in such a tight spot if Yang Kai was only in the 6th or 7th order. All she needed to do was to give him some gifts and give him some pointers for his cultivation, which would not be difficult. However, Yang Kai's cultivation had been increasing rapidly over the years, leading to him reach the peak of the 8th order. In terms of strength as an 8th order master, Yang Kai was definitely the strongest. Even Xiong Shan was incomparable to him. This made it difficult for Luo Tinghe to figure out what she could give him in return. Since she successfully advanced to the 9th order and was stationed here to guard the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, she had been thinking long and hard about this. I pondered a lot on this. Since you are always out and about, you should be constantly in danger, so, why don't I give you something to protect yourself? It might come in handy one day. Upon saying so, she did not allow Yang Kai to refuse. Her slender jade finger gently lifted and the sea of flowers that blanketed the mountain valley started to detach and turned into balls of light that converged at her fingertip. The flowing lights lingered and gathered, slowly converging into one and reconstituted into a colorful butterfly which gently flapped its wings. When the glow waned, the butterfly completely materialized. She was not finished yet though, as Yang Kai clearly felt Luo Tinghe's world force surging madly and pour into the butterfly. The little butterfly, which was the size of a baby's palm, was like a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing world force from the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai was immediately dumbfounded. Although he did not know what mysterious secret technique Luo Tinghe had performed, he could tell that this senior, who came from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, was injecting the heritage from her own small universe into this butterfly. This was undoubtedly a huge loss to her. When this butterfly was activated, it would be as if Luo Tinghe was present to take action. It was truly a treasure. Just as Luo Tinghe said, Yang Kai traveled around regularly as he no longer needed to cultivate in retreat. Previously in the ancestral land, he was surrounded by powerful Black Ink clan masters, and when he went to the no-return pass, he faced 2 royal lords and countless territory lords. He really did encounter a lot of danger, so such a defensive treasure could be a life-saving token in certain critical moments. Setting other incidents aside, if he had this butterfly when he was at the ancestral land, would Di Wu have even been a threat to him? With the infusion of a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe heritage, the secret technique butterfly became increasingly dynamic, as if it really came alive and was ready to fly. Luo Tinghe soon began to look fatigued. It was only after half an hour that Luo Tinghe exhaled a long breath and severed the connection between her small universe and the secret technique butterfly. With a flick of her fingertip, the butterfly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his palm and the butterfly landed on it. The gorgeous light then dissipated and turned into a butterfly-shaped crystal. If you encounter a dangerous situation that you can't get out of, activating this will certainly help. It contains my full power, but remember that it can only last for 30 breaths. Luo Tinghe warned. Although the butterfly felt light, Yang Kai's heart was heavy. He estimated that to create this secret technique butterfly, Luo Tinghe had sacrificed at least 500 years of hard cultivation. In other words, several centuries of effort had been used up to create this butterfly, which only lasted 30 breaths of time. In some sense, while such a secret technique was extremely damaging to Luo Tinghe, it was a potentially life-saving treasure to Yang Kai. Yang Kai put the secret technique butterfly away, bowed, and solemnly said, "Many thanks for old ancestors' generosity." Luo Tinghe smiled lightly and said, "You are now a pillar of the human race. We cannot afford any mistakes with your life." After a pause, she continued, "You have been out and about a lot, and understand far more than others about the situation between the two races today. Tell me, if the two sides were to go to war today, what are the chances of the human race winning?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "The odds of our victory are actually quite high, but we cannot just focus on the immediate crisis." It was not that the human race did not dare to fight back against Black Ink Clan in an all-out war today, but rather that they needed to not be short-sighted. Yang Kai gave up an absolute advantage in profound nether territory and made peace with the Black Ink Clan to create a relatively safe environment for the next generation to grow up in. He did this because he realized that this was not a war that one person alone could control, and that the human race needed more masters if it truly wanted to win in the end. Later on, the scope of the peace talks extended to more Great Territory battlefield, and now that some 2,000 years had passed, the human race truly had nurtured many rising stars into powerful masters. The star boundary, the myriad monsters world, and even his small universe continued to witness the birth of such talents. Now, the human race had one more Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master, so it could be said that their situation was much better than 3,000 years ago. If a full-blown war started today, the human race would likely win. Yang Kai alone would have a huge impact as he would be unshackled, able to slaughter acquired and innate territory lords freely. Although the Black Ink Clan could create pseudo-royal lords, they would have to sacrifice a lot of territory lords to do so, which would not be worth it as a dozen territory lords were actually more useful than one pseudo-royal lord. So, if a full-scale war broke out, the human race's chances of winning were more than 70%, though they would have to pay a terrible price to achieve victory. Such a war would likely result in 50% losses on the human side. The problem was what came after. The root cause of the Black Ink Clan was slumbering inside the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Even if the Black Ink Clan that invaded the 3,000 worlds was ruthlessly wiped out tomorrow, the problem would not be resolved until Mo was completely eliminated. The human race needed to be much stronger to deal with what was to come. The suppressing Black Ink Fortress was one such preparation for that future. For the time being, delaying was the human race's best option. The longer they could delay, the greater their advantage would become. However, there was a limit to this. If Mo's true body completely awakened, the human race would have to deal with it, regardless of whether they were prepared or not. Thus, Yang Kai was willing to accept 1,200 Black Ink disciples and a multitude of resources to resolve his confrontation with the Black Ink Clan at the no-return pass. It was not because he turned soft to them, but that now was not the time to confront the enemy directly. Speaking of the 1,200 Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that they were still suppressed in his small universe. He had forgotten to release them back at Supreme Headquarters when he was there. There was no hurry though. Furthermore, they posed no danger as they remained in his small universe for the moment. Yang Kai had a long chat with Luo Tinghe, describing the situation of the two races while she listened intently. Although she was a Ninth Order master, after leaving Azure Sun territory some 1,000 years ago, She had been stationed here the whole time. Thus, she really did not know much about the situation in the outside world. Yang Kai only knew so much because he was able to move around freely while the others could not. I understand now, Luo Ting. He nodded lightly, then smiled and said, "You are so certain of victory? Have you found a way to deal with that black ink giant spirit god?" If the two sides were go to war, the Black Ink clan's biggest advantage was not the huge number of troops they had, or that the number of territory lords exceeded the numbers of Eighth Order masters. It was the Black Ink giant spirit god who was pinned down by the two veteran Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters in the Barren territory. That was the true existence that could single-handedly tip the balance of power between the two sides. The Black Ink clan now had two Black Ink giant spirit gods. One was held in check by R, so they did not need to worry too much about it. Those two had been fighting each other for several thousands of years and neither side had gained any kind of advantage. It was the Black Ink giant spirit god that had once been subdued by the divine spirits in the ancestral land that they had to worry about. Once it freed itself from the old ancestors' restraint, it would be an absolute disaster for the human race. Before, while it was seriously injured, it was locked in place by the two Ninth Order masters using their secret techniques. However, after so many years had passed, most of its injuries should have been healed by now. Nevertheless, that alone would not be enough of a reason for Yang Kai to personally go to the Barren territory to torment it. If the Black Ink clan was in a life-or-death struggle, the Black Ink giant spirit god would not stand idly by. In that situation, it would likely sacrifice its arm to fight back. If it broke free, then it would be difficult for the human race to counter it. However, from what Luo Ting he had heard so far, Yang Kai did not seem concerned about it, so he obviously had a way to deal with it. Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter and said, "Old ancestor is truly sharp." While Luo Ting he mentioned this, she did not ask any more questions about it. Yang Kai left after some more small talk, and Luo Ting he continued to meditate to make up for the heritage that she had just used up. Instead of returning to the suppressing Black Ink fortress, Yang Kai flew directly up into the void, where he opened up his small universe and released the 1,200 Black Ink disciples he had received from the no-return pass. The Black Ink strength in their bodies had already been purged by purifying light and they were now ashamed to face Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had not got them back from the Black Ink clan, they would still be working for the enemy. Yang Kai was not surprised by this and did not say much to them. He only gave them instructions and then provided them in the direction of the Supreme Headquarters. The 1,200 saluted in unison, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. The Supreme Headquarters spent months mobilizing the necessary troops. It was not an easy task to gather so many Open Heaven Realm masters. They could not draw too many from any single battlefield, otherwise, it may affect the situation on the front lines. They also needed to balance the personnel appropriately, which was no easy task. Before the arrival of the soldiers, a group of divine spirits came to Yang Kai to report. They were the divine spirits that he brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Since Yang Kai killed Dao Wu in profound Nether territory, these divine spirits had been performing much better on the battlefield because they were afraid of Yang Kai's ferocious methods. Dao Wu, who was comparable to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master at the time, was beheaded by Yang Kai without being able to resist. None of the divine spirits wanted to be the next Dao Wu, so over the years, whatever the humans requested, they would do their best to complete. The divine spirits all stood in a field near to the suppressing Black Ink fortress, but when Yang Kai looked out at them, he suddenly felt rather saddened. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5660, Riding a Pirate Ship. Yang Kai brought just over 100 divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, however, there were only about 60 of them standing in front of him today. A 40% casualty rate over 3,000 years of fierce battles was by no means small. Each of the divine spirits was more powerful than the average human race master in the same equivalent order, so one could imagine how perilous the war had been. Although there were not many of them, these divine spirits had already constituted an extremely powerful force, as many were comparable to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master. Their ancestors were imprisoned for various reasons in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by the old tree. In the special environment of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it was difficult for their bloodline to grow as powerful as it could be, even if their bloodline was pure. For example, Zhu Juyin, who Yang Kai brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary all those years ago, was as strong, if not stronger, than any 8th Order human master, but due to the suppression in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had only been able to exert the strength of a low-rank Open Heaven Realm master while trapped there. It was not until she left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that she began to restore her true strength in the Void Land. These dozens of divine spirits had left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for almost 3,000 years and had already adapted naturally to the world principles of the outside world. Almost 80% of them were 8th Order, while the remaining 20% were 7th Order. Among the 8th Order divine spirits, there were several whose aura was particularly strong, indicating that if there was enough opportunity for them, they could reach the 9th Order in the future, which was the peak of the universe. After so many years of constant battling, these divine spirits were very intimidating, with their cold murderous intent lingering about their bodies, mixed with the innate might of divine spirits. As they stood here, the artifact refiners and array masters who were busy working on the suppressing Black Ink Fortress tried their best to keep their distances. Unfortunately for these divine spirits, the refinement of their bloodline became increasingly difficult the higher they climbed. It was no longer like during the primordial era when the heavenly way favored the divine spirits, resulting in fewer of them being able to ever advance to the 9th Order. Dragon Clan's Fu Guang had been cultivating in the dragon pool for so many years, but in the end, it was only with Yang Kai's help that he could become a divine dragon. As for the Phoenix clan, none of them had risen to the divine rank since the fall of the previous Phoenix clan leader during the Barren Territory War. The refinement of one's bloodline was not just a matter of dedication and effort, but also highly dependent on personal inheritance. No matter how long one lived, if their inheritance was insufficient, it would be useless. Yang Kai glanced at all the divine spirits and suddenly cupped his fist and bowed appreciatively. "Many thanks for all your hard work and sacrifice." The solemn atmosphere suddenly eased, and a divine spirit smiled and said, "This is our duty, sir." Yang Kai glanced at the divine spirit who spoke, nodded lightly, and said with a smile, "When I brought you all out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, I made a bloodline oath with you for 3,000 years, and now that time has basically passed." Upon saying so, Yang Kai reached up his fingers and began to count. A voice from below softly said, "There are 79 years to go before the full 3,000 is up." A chorus of voices said, "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai looked up and chuckled, "All of you remember so clearly." The divine spirits smiled. How could they not remember this, as it was related to their freedom? Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and said, "When I asked you to make that great oath, I said that I would set you free after the expiration of the agreement 3,000 years later. I have no intention of breaking my word. However, all of you must know the situation that we are in, so I would like to ask all of you now. After the expiration of the 3,000-year Great Oath, where do you intend to go?" The divine spirits exchanged looks with each other, and every one of them could see the indecision in each other's eyes. When they came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they did not know the situation in the outside world was like this, but they were no longer ignorant like back then. Now, when the 3,000-year agreement was ending, where could they go even when they were free? A divine spirit with an ox head said, "Sir, now that all life is under threat by the Black Ink clan, we have nowhere else to go. I'm afraid we can only fight alongside the human race to drive out the enemy." Yang Kai looked at the divine spirit and was surprised that it was Zhu Jian. He thought that these divine spirits could not wait to get far away from the battlefields after they regained their freedom. He did not expect them to be so righteous. He was relieved and asked, "Do all of you feel the same way?" A divine spirit yelled, "We're already riding this pirate ship, how can we get off now?" This caused many divine spirits to roar in laughter. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It is a blessing for my people, and all people, that you think this way. I, Yang Kai, hereby swear by my source and bloodline that in my lifetime, I will ruthlessly kill the Black Ink clan and eliminate them from this universe. When peace is finally restored, I will drink and celebrate with all of you. When that happens, you will be favored by the heavens, and perhaps restore the glory of your ancestors. At the end of his sentence, a golden illusory phantom flickered behind Yang Kai, which was a manifestation of his source great oath. All the divine spirits were moved. Zhu Jian immediately cupped his fist and said, "We are willing to serve, sir." The divine spirit also shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve." Excellent. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. "I have asked all of you to come here because I have a task for you. This matter is of utmost importance and victory or defeat in this war will depend on it, so you must think carefully before accepting it." Zhu Jian immediately asked curiously, "Sir, what task is it?" Yang Kai smiled profoundly and said, "There is no hurry. We still have to wait for the human side to finish its arrangements. When the time comes, I will send you to a place. I will explain in detail when the humans are ready." The divine spirits did not ask any more questions and Yang Kai allowed them to disperse and find a place to rest, away from the still busy artifact refiners and array masters. The divine spirits did not respect ordinary humans as they were more intimidating and powerful. However, Yang Kai was no ordinary human. Technically speaking, he was now a powerful ancient dragon, who was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon. Days later, 6,000 soldiers finally arrived at the suppressing Black Ink Fortress. These 6,000 soldiers included all sorts of talents and were enough to operate the suppressing Black Ink Fortress like a real great pass. Mi Jinglun personally drafted these soldiers from across all the various battlefields. The 6,000 battle-hardened veterans gathered in a large courtyard and their combined aura was truly awe-inspiring. The cultivation of each of these soldiers was no less than the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, with many 7th and 8th Order masters among them. Each one of them was battle-tested and had killed many Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. They suddenly received the transfer order from the Supreme Headquarters and were brought here, so none of them knew what was happening and did not know what they should do. At the very least, they could see the enormous suppressing Black Ink Fortress. Thus, it was clear that something big was going to happen and all of them looked forward to it. Yang Kai stood in front of the 6,000 men and women and began to look at them in detail, soon noticing many familiar faces in the crowd. Yu Meng, Su Yang, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, Ji Yao. His wives were all here except for Xia Ning Chang, who had been stationed at the rear because of her mastery over the Tao of Alchemy. Yang Xiao Yang Shui, Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ya, Shu Yi, all of whom were close to him, were also there. Yang Kai even saw Ji Yu Pan, whom he had not seen for many years, and Zhong Ruoshi beside her, staring back at him with glittering eyes. The moment he saw Zhong Ruoshi, Yang Kai's heart suddenly began to race. He felt a strange impulse but was not sure what it was about. Yang Kai did not think much about it though and just quietly said to Mi Jinglun, "Many thanks, senior brother Mi." It was obviously Mi Jinglun's idea to transfer his wives, Yang Xiao and his sister here. It was not so much as to take care of the people close to Yang Kai, but rather because the Black Ink clan was now targeting them. Once they appeared on the battlefield, they were always swarmed by the Black Ink clan. If it was not for the fact that some of them were proficient in the Tao of Space, they would have been in deep trouble. There is no need to thank me, Mi Jinglun, whose insight was exceptionally keen, knew what Yang Kai meant. They are all heroes and this is the right time for them to contribute. Besides, the situation there might be even more dangerous than on the battlefield here. While the two of them were talking, somewhere below within the crowd, Yang Xiao said to Yang Shui, "Little aunt, what's wrong with that big head Mi? Our whole squad has been transferred over, so why did he leave Old Fang out? Although Old Fang is a bit laid back, he is very powerful. Hey, why don't you ask adoptive father to transfer Old Fang over?" Over the years, Yang Xiao and the others had made a big name for themselves. Since the Black Ink clan knew about his relationship with Yang Shui and Yang Kai, they had targeted them repeatedly. It was Fang Tianci who used his mastery over the Tao of Space to lead them out of danger many times. The years of working together resulted in them bonding strongly with each other. Yang Xiao had high regards for Fang Tianci, but unfortunately, for reasons unknown, Mi Jinglun had transferred all of them here except for Fang Tianci. They did not know why Big Head Mi had seemingly singled out Old Fang, but Yang Xiao was not happy about it. Now, he was encouraging Yang Shui to go to Yang Kai to file an official complaint. Yang Shui would naturally not want Fang Tianci to be excluded, as he had helped them a lot of times before. This time, there was no telling what kind of missions they were being sent on, but from the lineup gathered here and the massive fortress in front of them, it was obviously going to be a task fraught with dangers. They would also be much safer with Fang Tianci by their side. Yang Shui faintly nodded and replied, "Ian, I'll talk to Big Brother when I find a chance." In front of the square, Mi Jinglun said, "Junior brother Yang, I found an interesting person when I was making the transfers. This person was originally in the same squad as Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. He is also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with great strength and is also highly proficient in the Tao of Space. Apparently, he came from your small universe, but he came to me and said that he could not accept this transfer. I asked him for the reason, but he was unable to explain clearly. He only told me to come and tell you about this." Yang Kai seemed to know what happened and asked, "Was his name Fang Tianci?" Mi Jinglun nodded and replied, "That's him." Yang Kai said, "I have a critical task for him, so I can't afford to send him to that place." Mi Jinglun was relieved and said, "Since it's junior brother's arrangement, then I see no problems with it." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,